while we were having that conversation, some breaking news. This from Meta. Dina Powell-McCormick is going to join the company as its president and its vice chairman. Dina Powell, we should also mention, has been part of the Trump administration, was part of the Bush administration for many years, worked at Goldman Sachs, more recently has worked at Dell's, we shouldn't even call it Dell's because it's Byron's company as well. But more importantly, she had been on the board of Meta. Zuckerberg saying the following, that she's going to be involved in all of Meta's work with a particular focus on partnering with governments and sovereigns to build, deploy, invest in, and finance Meta's AI and infrastructure. And of course, she is also the husband of David McCormick, who is a senator in Pennsylvania. Wife of, I apologize. So a lot of news there. Congratulations to Dina, who we've known for a very, very long time, but we'll hope an opportunity to talk to her very soon about this. Coming up, a preview of bank earnings. We'll come right back.
Are you facing a 2025 capital gains tax bill? Even in 2026, there may be a way to defer those capital gains and potentially enjoy tax-free growth. Meet BellPoint OZ. BellPoint OZ is the only Opportunity Zone fund traded on an exchange. Unlike most Opportunity Zone funds, BellPoint OZ already has assets leasing up. Visit bellpointoz.com.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Monday, January 12th, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, breakdown charts, covering high impact news, and talk trader mindset. Hopefully, everyone had a great weekend and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. We have a huge, busy red folder week this week. Of course, we have CPI, PPI. We're gapping down significantly. All the indexes are gapping down. And look at that gap down. Look at the extent of that gap down. And we are all the way back below that yearly upside breaker, 691.65. The number one thing you want to mark out as soon as we open up is that daily open. That daily open will remain on your chart for the rest of the day, the rest of the week as well, because that's also going to be that weekly open. So right now we got that BOG, TOG going on, and we have that daily open level as well. So again, we're opening up back below the yearly upside breaker and back near that 50% retrace of that of Friday's action. All right, so going into today, trade your trades, be patient. First ones on the clock, of course, are the orb army, the folks who do trade the 5-minute orb. You are the first ones on the clock. All right, so again, decide what kind of entry model you're going to apply. If you like the action, let me actually switch this. This should be TOG. So the first things first, we are gapping down. We're gapping down. Pretty significant gap down, about a $2 gap down. $2 gap down here. And those puts, I think Sancho had those puts. Those puts are on a tear. We're breaking above PMH across all the on SPY and the Qs, breaking above PMH. The IW is breaking below PML to kick things off. Okay, IW is kicking below PML. Okay, starting to bounce. All right, so VIX is back in the heart of that gap. So you can see, look at the Qs. The Qs and SPY are on a tear. All right, look at that gap down. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you can see we're bouncing off that pre-market low. Not that pre-market low. We got back above that pre-market high, 690.61. All right, that level keeps moving. Okay, there we go. And now we're in the heart of the gap down. We're in the heart of the gap down. So again, that same rule applies. Okay, same rule applies. Do we look at the Qs? Qs just shot out of a cannon. Qs above PMH, the Dow, PML. We're seeing the IW trying to reclaim PML. Okay, now 5-minute orb army. You're on the clock, of course. You're on the clock. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. If you did attend the boot camp on Saturday, the recording will be sent to you via email. If you missed the boot camp for any reason and you purchase tickets, when we do, I'll do one more boot camp getting started, and then we'll move to the advanced topics. Make sure to join the next one, all right? Make sure to join the next one. I'll announce the date. Maybe the beginning of February or end of the month. We'll do one more getting started series. All right, and we'll start rotating between getting started and some of the more advanced topics. First things first, 691.65 is that yearly upside breaker. We're sitting right there in the heart of that gap down. Hood is at 117. Amazon 247. Netflix is trying to hold back above that 90 psychological level. 90 psychological level on Netflix. 5-minute orb army, you're on the clock. You're on the clock in a minute. In a minute, you're on the clock. Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Let us know where you're joining from. And let me know how many trades you're looking to take. Put in the chat how many trades you're looking to take. Strikers, how many trades you got in the tank today? How many trades do you got in the tank? Keep in mind, it's Monday. We have a long week ahead of us. Ease your way into the week. No rush. All right. We have a nice little key zone right here between that daily open, weekly open, and that weekly 50% retrace. Thank you very much. Close out some tabs here. Okay. So orb is set. 15-minute orb is set. That high is 692.25. And that low is at 690.63. 690.63. Well, this major key zone we need to get above. Okay. It's going to be a brick wall. If you are playing that gap fill, you can break it into two pieces. We're starting to see the VIX starting to bounce slightly. Just a small little slight bounce. Keep in mind the VIX did gap down there. Okay, the trigger is 692.24.25 for the orb. From all my 5-minute orb traders. ATR 54 cents per 5. 54 cents per 5. If we can hold above this key zone, that'd be great. Okay, if we can show some strength above there, I can be for that. I can be there for the retest and push into that potential gap fill. Once we clear that area, all right, that's open. If you're already in, you're in to win. If you're already in, you're in to win. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. So no 5-minute closure. If you're using the one, you got that 1-minute closure. If the VIX can continue to push the downside, that would be great. That would be great. I want to hold above this key zone. I want to hold up between that 692.26, 655 territory. I want to hold there. If we can get that hold, good, good, good. We're starting to see the Dow join the party to the upside. Right, starting to see the Dow join the party to the upside. The Dow continues to push as well. Dow continues to push. Okay, thank you for the update. Thank you for the update, Hero. So the Supreme Court opinion on Wednesday regarding the tariffs. Okay, that's going to be important. That's going to be huge. 140 on SPY puts for Sancho. 80 on another. What a trade. Phenomenal job. The boot camp gave me insight and methodologies. Yeah, it's really designed to cement these concepts. And now when you have a good understanding of the concepts, what they're intended for, the way you view the chart is so much, you view it differently, right? You're not going to be as indecisive. Can you make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you going to be wrong? Absolutely. But you have a good idea of what you're looking at. So it just depends on how good can you make those reads. And over time, you get really good at making those reads. Right. Your ability to read the market, read SPY, using price action along with not too many indicators. I do go over indicators in the boot camp just to get the people familiar with the most common ones. Right. But the quicker you can read it, if it's trending, if it's consolidating, you look for the continuation patterns, reversal patterns. You look for the chop patterns depending on what the conditions are. You take it from there. All right, setups are not all one size fits all. Like, it's not just one size fits all setups. Okay, I like how we are creating that separation away from that level. If we come back into it, I'll be there for that potential push to that gap fill, possibly. Have a nice little key zone right here that encompasses that retest. Let me take this off. Into potential fill that gap. All the indexes continue to go north. All the indexes continue to go north, which is good. Synchronized buying off the open. Looking at the 692s. So in this case, buying high to sell higher, taking advantage of the momentum. It did dip into it. All right, this key zone. So this is the runway. From this key zone, the fact that it's above it now has a good chance of getting to there. So if we can gravitate back towards, 692.55 or 692.62, I'll be there if anyone caught that. Good. Again, 15 minutes straight. Not 15 minutes straight. I'll say 12 minutes of buying so far. 12 minutes of buying, uninterrupted on the 5. We're seeing the Q show strength on the 15. We're seeing the Dow show strength as well. IW starting to fuel up here. IW starting to fuel up. So dipped right nicely into that 692.55. And that's that last little piece here. So this is the gap fill. So if you're taking this break at that key zone, okay, you took that break, manage to trade accordingly. Your ultimate destination, okay, is all the way at that 633.90 if everything remains true. I like how the VIX continues to work its way back at the jaws of that gap, like we discussed in pre-market. And all the indexes are showing strength. The only difference is the IWM went all the way into pre-market lows. Came into pre-market lows and grabbed those lows. And now it's fueling off of those lows, being fueled off of those lows. Okay, a lot of you caught that. Beautiful job, team. Beautiful. 10% for Joe. Took my profit and called it a day. Looking to go back to one trade a day. Beautiful. And you like the 5-minute orb, right, Joe? That's your primary, your bread and butter. 26% for Gary. Beautiful job, Gary. Sanjay done for the day. SLV, nice confluence. I'll come around 76, 72. Keep a close on SLV, guys. Good call out, Kevin. So right off the bat, we're seeing synchronized buying. 5-minute orb being compensated. 15-minute orb, 2 minutes left. 15-minute orb, 2 minutes left. If we can dip back at that key zone, I'll be there for it with price action confirmation. Push back the upside, seeking that 692.23. We're in the jaws. We're in the heart of the gap. Don't forget, in the heart of the gap. In the heart of the gap. Make sure that's that G50 is slightly adjusted there. All right, that's the key zone. That 5-minute shooter. So in this case, I want price to work its way back into that buy block. If you're bearish, you're looking for that 5-minute shooter. I'm going to welcome that 5-minute shooter. So if I can get a 2 down, 2 up back on the 1 minute and validate the shooter, that'd be great. So what I'll be betting on is this key zone holding. If it collapses, if it falls apart, that'll be my invalidation marker. All right, see if it's one of those gap down, pump into the gap, and then push back lower, continue to go. Okay, let's get caught up in the chat. 1.4% on portfolio, 693 calls, done for the day. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And what I love to see this week is done for the days, right? Everyone is coming out the gate, looking to lock in profit, and that's how it should be. All right, so tremendous job. Tremendous job. Okay, see if you can just dip into that territory. I'm not discounting the fact that we can go 2 up, 2 down. But again, I'm going to bet on that zone. Bet on that zone. Couple little lower. That's what I love to see. The done for the days. The 16-minute workday. 16-minute workday. If we go hammer there, I'll take it back the upside. If we go hammer there, I like how the VIX continues to flush. I want that to be a clean flush. If we can hold that 692.65, I'll be there for it. Okay, I'll take it right there. Take it right there. I'm in the calls. 692s. My risk is, of course, break below those lows, 10 to 50% risk. Same as usual, 692 calls. See if we get that continued push. Want some follow through here. Follow through, break above these candles highs. Follow through, and that should take the double digits. Go up 6, up 7. Again, TP where you need to, up 10. I'm gonna take a majority off right there. Thank you very much. Up at 11. Down to runners. Thank you very much. So we walk through this entire setup. We'll babysit runners as long as the trend is valid. As long as we don't break below that 5 minutes lows. Majority are taken off. All right, so the first thing is, as soon as Monday opens, you're gonna start building a cushion, building a base. Right, building a cushion, building the base. What happened last week stays in last week. We know the protocols, guys. Okay. See if you can push into 693.23. 693.23. My NC will be no close below here. No close below here. The reason why I'm saying close is because sometimes we can come sweep that. Right. Sometimes we can come sweep it. No close below here. As long as we don't close below here, we'll look to stay in the trade. New 15-minute candle here. The 15-minute orb is set. 15-minute orb is set. This will be the orb high. All right. This will be the orb high. This will be the orb low. Okay. So the 5-minute orb paid. Compensated. 15-minute orb on the clock. 693.23 is that breaker. Okay, 692.23 is that breaker. See if I can take these runners, take advantage of the continued momentum from the orb, right, into 693.90 gap fill. How we doing, guys? How we doing? How we doing? First trade, 327, left some profit on the table. Did not manage the trade well. A little rusty this morning, no problem. 327 is still tremendous. Right, 2 days can make you rusty. Up 18. TP where you need to, guys. Okay. Double digits in a few minutes. All right. Don't discount the power of compounding. So the 15-minute orb army is right here. 15-minute orb army is right there. My NC will move to right here. No close below here. Below that 620, 692.65. See if we can just wait that breakout, that downward compression break into the orb. All the indexes is trying to go. The Dow is looking to break above the orb as well, which is at 693.23. Q 625.80, and of course SPY 693.22. See if we get a compound break across all those indexes. If they continue just to stay inside, there'll be nothing there. And the orb break to the upside on IWM is 259.96. There we go. I'm gonna take some more off right there at 28. Okay, up 30. There we go, guys. Key zone bounce. Key zone bounce. All right, that's what you want to look for. Get that key zone. Capitalize off the momentum. Mark out your risk. Did see 30, so now let's see if we get that push into that gap close. All right. So my NC would be here for last runner. If you took that with me, tremendous job. If you took the orb earlier, tremendous job as well. Don't start feeling FOMO and start chasing. If you're done, be done. Up 40% here, team. Up 40%. 40%. There we go. Absolutely HBK. There we go, guys. 40%. My NC will be 693.22. No close back below here. All right. So this is working out beautifully to a T. This is how I play gaps. Okay. I treat it in two pieces. You can't look at a gap for like the entire thing of a gap. I don't need to catch the whole gap fill. I just need half of it. If I catch half, that'd be good enough. Still holding. Beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful job. Do what you need to do with the position. More than that, rationale. The rationale behind this trade is more important. Textbook setup on how to trade gaps. Okay, this is how to trade gaps. And you can play this either way. But you notice the reason why we can take advantage of this gap is because the environmental conditions, right? So the environmental conditions, meaning all the other indexes, what are they doing? As they're buying, there's buying, right? So buyers are everywhere. Okay, so if the environmental conditions are leaning towards buyers emerging, then we'll look to take advantage of that. 20%, good, good, good. Beautiful job, Fido. Elion, absolutely great job. Anyone else? Gary, beautiful, beautiful. And that's it. If you're done, be done. I know sometimes we have short days, but I promise you, get used to being done quickly. All right, being done quickly. If you find your trade, you get 20, 30, 10, 15, 40%, whatever it is, in less than 20 minutes. I mean, what more do we want? All right, anything above that is greed. So the ones who are being currently compensated right now are the ones who did take the ripple. If you took the ripple on the 15-minute orb, you're probably up single digits, low double digits. Your target is 693.90. That gap fill. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? YouTube, folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We walked through the setup. We walked through it when there was momentum behind it, right? We talked about how we wanted to get above this key zone, and it came right to our level. Came right to our zone. We took the entry. The invalidation marker would be a violation of the zone. If it gets violated, guess what? We get stopped out. We look for the next opportunity. Okay. I'm sitting at 38%. That should get to 45, 50% if we do get to the 693.90. That final target. Beautiful job. 115.55. Let's go, team. This is how we do it, guys. This is how we do it. But whatever you do, make sure you pay the trader being you. All right. Typically, when we get to TOG, we do see a pretty dramatic reaction. So in this case, we want to see if we get that continued push. All right, so idea did go north of 40%. There we go. Chat is absolutely going crazy this morning. Look at that, guys. So this might be a short day. Okay, short day. We'll be done before 10 o'clock. All right. Again, if you are on the sidelines, don't feel pressure to trade. Okay, everyone will have their time. The opportunities, there's not going to be less opportunities. Right, you didn't miss anything. All right, there'll be more opportunities. The cool thing with our system is the system will give the opportunities. Okay, if we close below here, I'll close runner. Did see 40 plus. Want to see if I get it all the way to 693.90 after taking multiple TPs. 16% on IW. Beautiful job, guys. Beautiful job, Lynn. Good. If you are babysitting a position, mark out your no close. Okay, and your no close has to be non-negotiable. What level do you not want to see price close below? And that level, whatever you put on the chart, if it gets below it and closes, you must close the position. G kilo, okay, 946, 12 cents, 13%, 14%. Beautiful job. Kevin, you took that same trade. Good. There we go, guys. Anyone else on babysitting duty? I'm still babysitting runner. Still babysitting runner here. See if we get that continued push into 693.30. Do we get to 693.30? Do we get to 693.30? Yes or no? Yes or no in the chat. So if you're just joining on YouTube, okay, we took advantage of the setup here. Not just me. This lined up with a lot of our team members' ideas. They took it on IW. They took it on different names. They even had a better entry than me. 5 in the Orb Army. They're involved here, right? So as long as the market is moving, okay, we're grooving. We have something to do. No movement unless you have those setups, especially if you took the boot camp. No movement, there's nothing for you to do. Okay, we hit target 51%, 52. Now, this is a good area to close if you have a majority of your position still on. All right, I can't tell you what to do, but that would be a healthy area. If you can get a continued push above it, that's even great. But I'm looking at potential to close here. If we get an adverse reaction to it, if we can decisively claim it, I'll be there for it as we fill that gap. Okay, I'll close it right there. Okay. 45%. Can it continue to push? Sure. Right. But best practice is there. 45%. If you want to hold, that's up to you. If your no close has not been violated, that's up to you. But the idea is the idea. You do what you want to do with the idea if it aligns with things you look for. All right. One minute in and out, 20%, my kind of trade. Just have to adjust my entries, not getting distracted. Done for the day. Beautiful job. So I challenge everyone who's green right now to be done for the day. If you're green and you took that last idea or lined up with the things you're looking for, the last idea that I gave, right? If you took it, I challenge you to be done for the day. That's a challenge from me to you. All right, just be done for the day. I know we're traders. I know we want to continue to go. All right, but if less is more. Less is more. Okay, what are we seeing here, guys? Why is it that I'm going from here to here? All right, we can see a slowdown there. Okay, when it comes to SPY, I don't think there's very few groups, very few traders that have more hours clocked in past 3 to 5 years on SPY. All right, these levels are there for a specific reason. Okay, we can see that slowdown. So that's exactly why I'm closing that last runner there. Do I want it to accelerate there? Absolutely, but best practice. Because this little drop is 10-15%. of the green that is taken away. Right? And we see this over and over and over again. So now buyers need to try to get above this area here. If they can't get above there, guess what? There's a setup called TOG rejection. TOG rejection essentially leads you all the way from that TOG all the way back to BOG. Smaller RR, exactly. So, you see this? That's the runway. So in totality, okay, in totality, that's $1.22. If you took profits at 50 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, it doesn't matter what you took. As long as you're green, you're green. Okay? As long as you're green, you're green. Now we're starting to slow down. So, okay, so you can see, are we surprised? Our strikers, the longer you're here, the less you'll be surprised. Okay, less you'll be surprised. Okay, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. First idea, I think I'm gonna look for another trade second shift. Okay, all right. So Monday, let's kick off Monday off the right foot. So if you are taking puts, okay, you can make a case for puts. All right, I'm not just saying puts here. Okay, I'll show you why. We have a key level there of a sell block grab. So there is a way that I do have an entry model to go short here. But the thing is, when you have a lot of entry models, a lot of trade ideas and systems, the problem is you can fall into trading everywhere. Right? You don't want to be trading everywhere. Right? Because now it's just you want to trade everything. So that's a problem. All right, so big picture is, can we get above here? That's it. Can we get above here? If we do have room to 695, if we can't, we go back to 693.22. Okay, so 693 at 53%, still holding 692 run rate 115. Good, good, good. So we can anticipate some sort of reaction off this level. And this reaction, it may seem small, but if you're holding 0 DTEs, all right, that's chipping away at your profits. It can easily go from 30, it can easily go from 40% plus, 50% plus, back down to 15. That's 43 cents. That's huge. All right. Okay. Anyone, if you took any puts there, so puts for Gary, beautiful job, Gary. Right at 10 o'clock, flip of the hour. So now this is starting to work back the downside. So you see the dangers of chasing. Dangers of chasing. Dangers of chasing. If you took the puts, again, same thing. Manage accordingly, TP where you need to. If you have a runner, what's your target in this case? 693.22 and then 692.65. Take it piece by piece. Okay. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Miss Spy caught Tesla position up 20%, 445 contracts out. Beautiful job. 8% 8-minute position. I love that. Nice to start the week. Now I need to be kidnapped and taken away from the computer. That's the main thing, guys. As funny as it may sound, delete the app from your computer. Delete your broker app from your phone. Okay, delete all those apps. All right, because it's hard, especially when you get a couple of trades to work in your favor. The adrenaline rush is a real thing. It feels good. All right, sometimes that can lead you to trying to chase that feeling once again. So just be done. Again, if you took this idea, took that puts there, okay, I challenge you just to be done. Okay, close out we have a lot of opportunities throughout the week. But if you can go into Tuesday, CPI, PPI, unemployment claims later this week. Kick things off the right way. It's going to do tremendous things for your confidence. 12%. Good. So I'm assuming you're taking further data cons, Gary, if you take the puts. Good. And just like that. So if we opt to not take profits, guys, it got north of 50%. That's no longer there. 50% profit is no longer there. So now you're forced with, do you go back to break even or do you continue to wait? Okay. Very, very important to lock in those profits at all times. At all times. I'm seeing a lot of you ordering our merch. I have some new merch here as well, guys. We're going to continue to add to the merch. We're going to support the channel. We'll go over it. I just released it. I think it's really cool. And I'm excited for the merch. If we have any dads out there, I got a cool dad hat. Let me show you real quick. So the mug is available. Okay, where is it? Here, boom. So more merch here, guys. We have the t-shirt. All right. Here for a good time, not a long time. And we have this. Okay. Make trading great again. Okay, our version. You definitely want to have that hat. All right. We'll talk about it more later. But did want to let you know that more merch will be coming. A lot of cool things. Will be available. Make trading great again. All right, so nice rejection there. So now we're at a standstill between these two areas. We're at a standstill between these prior highs and that TOG. So the gap from this morning has been eliminated. The gap from this morning has been closed. Okay, so if we take a look at this our game plan chart here on the left for my strikers, where are we having a hard time? Where are we having a hard time? Okay, so put in the chat, where are we starting to sell off slightly? Right, we're in the jaws or the beginning parts of that rejection zone. So that rejection zone happens to line up with that TOG. So now we're in the zone, we have a level. So all these things start lining up and working together. So how far, where does this lead us back to? Does it lead us back to G50? Is it just a nice pullback into the inefficiency on the 15? Right, so this little sell-off here is not enough to shift the entire structure. Okay, it's not enough to shift the structure. We do have some, although this is just a straight line up, we do have some lows here, some lows there. All right, so I wouldn't consider the shift of this entire structure until these lows in this zone are taken out. So if you take the puts there, that's probably up. And the entry model based on that is a grab of the sell block grab. So let it grab the sell block, come with that key level, gets back below it, fueled off that key level, risk above key level, entry, reclaim back downside, targeting 693.22. Targeting 693.22. Done for the day. Good, great job, Firefly. Anyone else done for the day? Look, guys, less than 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes. This is how trading should be. In and out. Right? Hyper focused for a particular time period. Laser focused for 20 minutes, an hour, whatever it is, and then out. So for my traders who have the puts here, right, you want to see a break below 693.22. That's going to really start enhancing those returns. Right. Enhancing those returns. Ideally, you don't want that to break. You want that resistance to hold up. If your entry's here, of course, you're on the fence, right? You're sitting on, you're walking on thin ice, but it's working in your favor. If your entry's there, you have a comfortable seat. You're comfortable. So on the 5, we're seeing a nice little pullback on the 5, right? Nice little pullback. So you can see we worked our way into the jaws of the gap. Okay, we're still within prior day's range. Nothing changes there. All right, just to give you some idea. Okay, we're still within prior day's range. Okay, we're in that range. We gap down to open things up. So what do we do right off the open? We pump. We pump. What do? We fill the gap. As soon as we fill the gap at that very particular level, TOG, along with that put zone, we start to fail back the downside. As we're failing, we're working our way back to that. We're working our way back to 50% retrace of the day, possibly. Okay. D50. Because keep in mind, we're still inside on the day. We're inside on the day, inside on the week. Potentially can go inside all day. And that's what the opportunity the market gave right here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 minutes. 30 minutes the upside. 2-on-2 continuation. So we go bullish candle, right? Indecision. Okay, we go indecision on this candle. Somebody with shooter. Go inside, harami. Okay, we break that candle's high, continue to push. We go shooter here, and now we're starting to sell. Is this just a 10-minute pullback? Nice little downward compression for that higher low into a higher high, or just a legitimate push back into 50% retrace the day territory? That's going to be the key thing. Okay. So the gap has been filled. Gap has been filled. Again, off of that level, we're starting to see a nice little bounce. That level is the orb, 15-minute orb. So this morning, Orb Army, you've been compensated handsomely. So congratulations on taking the risk, allocating risk. So you've been compensated nicely. If you are the 5-minute Orb Army, your time to shine is right here. Okay, 5-minute Orb Army, nice little break back above those highs. Okay, your entries here, depending on the model. If you take that break and hold, you got the break and hold. If you take that nice little retest, 1-minute retest. So 5-minute Orb Army got compensated. Same thing takes place. 15-minute Orb Army get that break and hold, continue to push higher. No real pullback. So in both cases, the ones who are taking the break, the ripple, on both the 5-minute orb and the 15-minute orb were compensated today. Now the main thing is why. And why did it work? Because we saw synchronized buying across all the indexes. All right, they were all moving the same direction. That's when the ripple comes into play. All right, so a lot of you took the calls here. So if you do trade the orb, right, you should be, best case scenario, you should hit your reward. should be green. Worst case scenario, no trade, or maybe small red somehow, some way. Maybe a late entry and you get faked out. Right, there should be no big red on the 15-minute orb or the 5-minute orb today. All right. So those are two momentum setups. Decision off the view up will be made. View up. Let's see what we're looking like here. Tesla falling off a cliff. Credit card companies, Visa. All right, Visa, the spreads are nasty. All right, take a look at Visa spreads on the contracts. Good morning, everyone on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. So one trade so far to kick off the day, to kick off the week, worked in our favor. If you have any questions, put in the chat. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. If we can get to 50 likes by the end of the day, we'll be doing a giveaway. Okay? And by the end of the day, I mean by 1 o'clock. By 1 o'clock, let's get to 50 likes. If you want to join our community, scan the code. We have a few spots left on our trial. Okay, pre-market prep, that's the most important part of our program. We go over everything in detail in the pre-market. That 20-minute, 25-minute time we spend together as a team is the most important 20 to 25 minutes of the day. Right, that 20-minute investment, if you can somehow, some way, squeeze your way, especially if you're in our community. I know a lot of you don't have the time, but if you can squeeze some time to join us in the pre-market, right, it will do tremendous things for your overall overview of the market. So you're not coming into the day clueless, right? That's the thing. Sometimes you might look at the chart, just the chart for the chart being itself, but you have to have an idea what's going on around the charts, the other things moving around. What is the rest of the market doing? Right? Yes, SPY is gapping down. Is everything else gapping down? Right? There's a difference if SPY is gapping down and the rest of the index are not gapping down. When all of them are gapping down and the VIX is gapping up, boom, right there, opportunity. Speaking of the VIX, if you take a look at the VIX, we're starting to work our way into the jaws of the gap, right? If you take a look at it real quick, let me show you. So we discussed the importance of watching these two things take place. So whenever there's gaps, right, if it's a synchronized gaps across the three indexes, at least three of the four indexes, and the VIX, okay, SAT gap rules apply, right? So now the main thing we were telling folks on the team was for us to break down off the open, we need to go this way. We need to get back above 16. Okay. For us to have momentum and continue to push, VIX needs to start seeking what? If you attended the pre-market program, the VIX needs to start working its way to 15. Okay. Same thing of what SPY did. VWAP 692.66. Now what's volume footprint? The VIX doesn't have any volume, so it's not going to show up, of course. Volume footprint. Let's take a look at that. Okay. Anyone use the volume footprint? They have the footprint chart now. On TradingView. I'm good. I'll stick with my candles. If you can read the candles, if you know how to read the candles really well, you're not going to miss a beat. Okay? Not going to miss a beat. So say if you're short, right, this is the target. From here to here is the target. And you're kind of just trying to see if you can get a little more with those runners. If you can't, if this resistance breaks, you know we're headed back the other way. Okay, headed back the other way. Headed back the other way. How we doing so far, YouTube? Anyone taking any trades? Strikers, how we doing? Yep, God bless you too, Firefly. Second trade, 230. Puts got shook out. No worries, Hero. You're doing great. It's nice to be rusty and slow and still extracting profits, right? So great job, Hero. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. So first shift is about to wrap up. First hour of the day is done. And look at the action, guys. Look at the action. It's different conditions here to here. Clean, slow down, messy. So this is the market's rebate program. It's going to give you profit and take it back. All right? Don't donate your profits, please. Don't donate your profits. There's nothing clean going on here. It's either you're already in a position. It's either you're in the calls already and maybe you have a wider stop on your runners, or you're in the puts already. So it's very difficult to open a position in this territory. If you're waiting for VWAP, 692.70 is VWAP. We're trading slightly below POC. Of course, we're testing that orb. 15-minute orb. What else is moving and grooving? Tesla. So Tesla, nice push to the upside, testing that VWAP. So for the ones who attended the boot camp, take a look at Tesla for a second. So Tesla, it's making a move. Pause. Move. Pause. So we know the next big move is on the other side of the separation away from this rectangle. Right? Tesla's back about 445. Tesla's trying to recover from, of course, the delivery numbers a few weeks ago. The Tesla's sitting right at view up as well. So Tesla, keep a close eye on that rectangle on Tesla on the 5. So I can add an alert. Entering, exiting rectangle. Okay, create alert on Tesla. Lily, nice trap on Lily. Amazon not doing much. Meta, pound 2, JPM, not touchable. Does report earnings. 260 on Apple's on watch. Walmart. So Walmart did have news, right? So looks like a sell, buy the rumor, sell the news type of situation on Walmart. So Walmart, nice little downward compression flag. Brewing under VWAP if we fail to hold that VWAP. First leg, second leg rules apply. So when it failed that VWAP, come back into those waves, show continued weakness. Walmart is trading. Did have a pretty significant push to the upside. Did have some news, right? Some news. Gemini, Walmart news. So now, do we have enough fuel to get above 693.90? Do we have enough fuel to get above 693.90? $1 million question. Microsoft, Coinbase continues to go. Baba seeking that 165. Uber, Disney falling off a cliff. United Health falling off a cliff. TSM, Starbucks showing a little bit of strength there. Starbucks 89. Retest that VWAP. Boeing MSTR. Intel continues to push. AMD off to a strong start. AMD 205.85, 206.40. Retest. CRWV back above 85, seeking that 90. He's currently trading at 87.60. SoFi falling off a cliff. SoFi, see if SoFi can gravitate back towards that 26.68 for potential retrace, reject, or a reclaim, but this is resistance until proven otherwise. Okay, so if you're looking for the reclaim, you need it above this area. If you're looking for retrace, reject, right, SoFi can potentially see you can work its way back here, and decision. Now you need to do your technical. You have to apply your technical prowess in this area. All right, so what that means is, if it's a reclaim, right, you need to decisively take back that territory and see if you can get that continued push. If it's a retrace reject, it just turns into a nice little continuation right after that first, like continuation to the downside, bear flag, upward compression type of pattern. Right, but SoFi did take a hit to the downside. That's probably due to the credit card news from over the weekend. Bitcoin, we can see Bitcoin 91K, still not too far away from 90K. USO 60 will be critical. Gold continues to go. Okay, so quick little update. Okay, 450.20 is 30-minute orb on Tesla. Tesla. I could have sworn I just did a drawing on Tesla. Okay. So you said 450.22. Yep, I can see that for Tesla. So again, Tesla, see if you can break out of either side. If you're looking for that pullback entry off that 9 VWAP, possibly come back into these lows, grab that 447.66, continue to go. If you're looking for a momentous break, right, decisive push above 450. Decisive push above 450 on the 5. At least get a close above that 5 on the 5 above 450. If you've never traded Tesla before, right, you gotta watch Tesla for a bit. Okay, Tesla's an animal. Take a look at Tesla's ATR. I believe you can trade Tesla. Isn't there a cheaper Tesla? What's the ticker for the cheaper Tesla? Is it TSLL? But it moves twice as fast as double leveraged. TSLL is cheaper, $18. But it's double leveraged. Okay, let's clean up the charts a little bit. 2 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. TSLL. Okay, good. Yep, Tesla. So if you see something on Tesla, maybe get started with TSLL, right? But monitor the spreads on the option contracts. What would be the next setup you're looking for? Now the gap's almost filled. So if you notice the gap, the way I do the gap and the way the gap is traditionally taught, two different ways. If you're watching the gap from the daily open to the prior day close, which is the textbook definition of what a gap is, it's not closed yet. A gap closure is 694.07. My methodology is a little different. I want to see a first shift close out and see how we interact with those highs and those lows, and then we'll take it from there. So I want to see if we can decisively get above that 693.90, or do we just does that turn into a grab? If it turns into a grab, we'll try to see if I can ride it to that 693.22 into a potential break of this base here. You can kind of see we're using this path to the upside. Okay, you guys see it? Starting to use it as support. You can kind of make the argument for head and shoulder. It might be a little bit of a stretch. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, upward, ascending head and shoulder, possibly. But again, with these patterns, like we said in the boot camp, like we said over and over again, there is a layer of subjectivity to it, right? So sometimes your eyes can force the pattern. Sometimes your eyes can force the pattern. So my primary thing is how do we interact with this 693.90? So I'm more focused on the key levels that I have, right? So 693.30, 693.90 is my primary focus. All right, that's my primary focus. Because if we can get above 693.90, 693.90, this opens up. Okay, this opens up. So I'm always looking for the runways from point A to point B. When things are sticky at point A and it doesn't seem like it wants to go to point B, there's nothing for me to do. If we can catch a bid above 693.90, I'll be there for the retest. I'll be there for the hold. Some sort of pullback. I'll start adopting a line of thinking back the upside. If we can't get above this, we continue to treat this area as resistance, right? So the question now becomes, do we have enough follow through to start breaking the structure and start shifting structure and making lower lows and lower highs and working our way back the downside? So a lot of the ideas are going to be tied to this level here in either direction. That answers your question, Cloves. Okay. Because right now they're just burning premium. No one is winning. They're not paying anyone. Right? They're burning both sides. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. First shift is officially in the books. If you're just joining us, we did take one trade in first shift. We walked through it step by step. A couple of setups that worked out beautifully. 5-minute orb worked out beautifully. 15-minute orb worked out beautifully. This pullback entry off of our key zone worked out beautifully. So a lot of the bulls did get compensated off the open during that first hour. If you're a bear, rejection at that 693.90, one of our key levels, worked out beautifully as well. All right, so those are the participation groups that did get paid. More bulls got paid than bears on that first hour, and now we're just kind of chomping around. Okay, so if you're just joining us, let us know where you're joining from. Make sure to like the video. 50 likes will do a giveaway. If you want to join our community, link in the description to join. Live trading, live training, so you can take advantage of these opportunities yourself as well and be amongst our team. Right. So I'm not the first one who took a trade this morning, guys. People were all over this opportunity before I was. So it doesn't mean I'm going to jump in. I have to wait for my setup. So we have some phenomenal traders on the team. Okay, so now we're starting to break. See if we can continue to push the downside, put some pressure on these lows. Right, but we're just sticky. We're sticky. We can't create separation of 693.22. And we are in that rejection zone. Okay, so these zones were sent out in the AM. Okay, so these are the rejection zones. So what you need to do is get the rejection zone, the bounce zone, copy that zone onto your chart. Just to have an idea. So we pump, we fill the gap according to TOG, BOG methodology, okay? And then now we're starting to sell off here on the 15. We do have another gap to address. Of course, this gap is from January 5th. Right, an area I'm looking to get involved to the long side, back to the upside. I like this area here. First interaction, second interaction. I can wait for this. This is somewhat of a further dated contract type of idea. Okay, here we go. So if it comes to that territory, I know what to look for. Therefore, I know and there's going to be an opportunity waiting for me here. So opportunity here waiting. Opportunity up there waiting. Or one already played out. All right. If we get below here, if we slice below here, decisively, this turns into a rejection zone. Retrace, reject waiting. And now guess what? That opens up another opportunity for here. All right. So there's opportunities everywhere. Everywhere. On both sides. So I don't want you to think, hey, I missed this opportunity and it's over. Nope, it's never over. Okay. If you have a system, if you have a proven system, reliable system, okay, should continuously generate opportunities regardless of the conditions. We did take one trade. We did take this trade here. Last TP at 45%. Told all the traders we're going to start running out of fuel here. And that's exactly what took place. So now going into the second shift, I want to see how we interact with these highs. That's going to come down to that 693.90. 693.90 is going to be critical. Can we get above it? Continue to push? Or do we fail, stay below it, and we probably just chop around? So ideally in this territory, right, it's just pre and burn territory. So they paid a lot of traders here, and now they're just taking back those profits. If you're done for the day, strikers, if you're done for the day, put done in the chat. Put done in the chat. Okay, put your dones in the chat. We'll do the poll. We'll do the poll at 11:30. If you're looking to join our community on YouTube, take a quick look at this video, and we'll be back on the other side.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Court community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zone for 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full strategies and indicators. Service. It's focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trade level.
Okay, let's kick off second shift. So first shift is in the books. What happened in first shift stays in first shift. What happens in second shift will stay in second shift. So what we know so far, right off the open, we're at a gap down. We're above that weekly open. We're inside on the day. We're above that PMH, pre-market high. We did fill that gap. And now we're starting to work our way back to downside as this support has been broken. We violated the support. Somewhat of a head and shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, ascending head and shoulder. And see if we can hold below 693.22 and work our way back to key zone here. We have view up awaiting us at that 692.81. Just look at the nature of the candles. Okay, look at the nature of the candles from basically from 1054, from 1054 to now. Okay. I want you to take a look at the candles on the 5. Okay, the candles on the 5, not the 15, the 5. Okay, the first handful of candles, you see, 5, 10, 15 minutes of buying, a little bit of pushback on the last 5 minute, 5 minute consolidation, 10-minute buying. Okay, so we can see in totality, we had a nice run up here. Now, we're seeing 10 minutes of selling, 15 minutes of buying. Struggled. Why? There's contention on both sides. So we're going tit for tat with wicks on both sides, which tells us that there's some buying pressure at those highs, buying pressure at those lows, selling pressures at the highs. So unless you're a sniper scalper, right, you know exactly how to navigate that. Okay, you're giving back those profits because the conditions have changed. So now let's even get 3 clean candles, 2 to 3 clean candles on the 5 minute. All right, that match what we saw earlier. If we can't, we're gonna start chopping around. Okay, we're going to start chopping around. We are going to start chopping around. How can I purchase January bootcamp recording? If you want to purchase the recording, you have to go to smartactiontrain.com. Okay, smartactiontrain.com. The recording is available. All right, I just have to upload it. But once you purchase it, you can purchase a recording. All right, here. All right, click this link, and the recording will be sent to you. All right, $70. 5.5 hours. Absolute steal. All right, absolute steal. You're gonna get 10x what you paid for, and it's gonna be it's gonna be the best investment of your time. All right, best investment for your time to really solidify the basics. So there's 3 boot camps, all 3 of them. We're going over relatively the same material. Different questions do come up. I kind of go in different areas for the setups, and all 3 of them I share different setups. Right, so if you are the January alumni, I'll send you. I have to upload that. It's about 5.5 hours. It's taking some time to get the video uploaded. That should be available by today. If you are in the December, that boot camp is available. If you're in the Getting Started Day Trading course, if you're in the Discord, you have access to the Getting Started Day Trading course, which is the first cohort, right? So the material is generally the same, but the things we cover can be a little different, right? Because the topics, we need to cover those topics so you have a good understanding. All right, so that's available for purchase if you want to purchase it. New boot camp is loading. I'm looking to schedule it between January 31st and maybe the first week of February. All right, so if you want to sign up for that, make sure to do that. And that will probably be the last Getting Started series. Okay, now we got to work on some more advanced things, and more advanced stuff is not going to be 5 hours. Okay, it's not going to be 5 hours. It's going to be concentrated, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. All right, with more Q&A, discussing strategies, concepts, ideas, right, and how I really trade, how I set everything up. It's a very, very straightforward, simple system, and I think a boot camp will be necessary, right, so you can understand the exact system, right? I have the ebook there that kind of walks you through how my approach, the key levels and everything else, but there's more to it than just that. So that'll probably be the next one. The next one will probably be a scalping, mastering scalping. All right, mastering scalping for 1 hour trading. Okay, so that boot camp, especially if you're intermediate to advanced, that's going to be a great boot camp, and you want to put that strategy that can really refine the things you're doing. All right, put that on your calendar. So that's going to be after one more Getting Started series. After one more Getting Started, we're going to have that. And then after that, we're going to have a couple of more, and then we're going to start rotating the boot camps. Rotating the boot camps around to make sure that we're educating the ones on the front end, the ones who are learning, and bringing them up to speed. Okay, bring them up to speed, and it shouldn't take 2 weeks, 3 weeks. These are crash courses. Okay, some people don't have 3-4 weeks to get into the material, and plus you have the live trading as well. The live trading is supplements the things you're learning. All right, so I do look forward to that. Value area high play, beautiful. Love the chart, Jason. You switched up the colors. I like it. $29%. Inputs, but getting wiped in out of profit. Not really ideal, but at least let's see if this can reject. Yeah, the back and forth right here. A lot of back and forth. They're eating a lot of that premium. May just exit the trade. Very little loss. Okay. That's what I want to be. Master scalper. right? But we can't have the scalping course without covering the fundamentals, right? A lot of people, I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people that want to start, if you already know the the fundamentals, if you have a good understanding, very little holes in your understanding, or you try to fill all those holes, right? Then when you get to the more advanced material, you can really pick it up and run with it. All right, it's almost like if I'm trying to study calculus. It's very hard for me to just start at calculus if I don't understand algebra, if I don't understand geometry, if I don't understand just the basic adding, subtracting, dividing, multiplying. All right, it's going to be, maybe I can understand it conceptually, but there's going to be so many holes in my understanding that I can't solve any problems. Right, so same thing. That Getting Started Bootcamp is designed for the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, geometry. Right, to give you that solid base, so you can smoothly transition into algebra, and then from algebra you can smoothly transition into advanced geometry and eventually calculus. All right, so think of scalping, master scalping, as like calculus, right? Well, that will be available. That will be available. That will be coming up. Just chopping around here could go either way. I want to see some sort of decision in this territory. I'm looking to keep my ideas between first shift highs, first shift lows, key zone as well, keeping a close eye on that. But not a big fan of the action in this territory. We are headed back towards VWAP, grinding towards VWAP. It's looking like a flag. It looks like it wants to set up a flag here. If you see it, that current channel we're trading in. Let me show it to you on the 5. If you see it on the 5, you see it. Go to the 5 real quick. Boom. You can kind of see, okay, we're kind of drawing this pattern prematurely. But what we do know is this. What we can all agree with is initial push up. We can all, that's very clear. Initial push up. Okay, initial push up, first leg. We can all agree with that. All right, that's objectively true. And where we draw the support, where we draw the resistance can be different. But what we can all agree on as well is we're moving in this formation. All right, no real structural breakdowns. Few key levels in that territory. So this is what's objectively true. After push to the upside, all right, we're getting some level of consolidation. So now, where do we want to be positioned? We want to be positioned as if we're trying to play the consolidation early, trying to front run it, of course, be there. But most traders should be positioned after the consolidation is done. Right? If you want to play that continued push higher, there's a few things you want to look for up here. A few things you want to look for up here. Once that break does take place, there's a few things you want to look for up there. Decision, strength, continue to push higher for a second leg. Right? Okay, so you want this to stop being treated as resistance. So here you need that volume, high volume. You need that clear price action, decisive break. You need momentum. Ideally, you want the environmental conditions to line up. Ideally, you want the VIX to be headed to the downside. Okay, so in the meantime, we're not there yet in the decision-making phase. So far, what we're doing is this. Okay, we're in this. We're doing this. Okay, we're doing this. So let this die down. Let us create separation away from it, and that's where the next move would be. Right, but we know first leg. So this is maybe accumulating, okay, just from a trend standpoint. Second leg. This is probably what it's looking to do. It's just generating fuel. Is this open as well? Can this take place as well? Yeah, I can. But more than likely, based on this initial leg, the upside, more than likely wants to make another push back the upside. So it's just a matter of waiting it out, waiting, and then getting that entry in a specific area, defining risk, allocating risk, and letting the probabilities play out. Okay. So in the meantime, unless you have setups in here, there are setups in here. Okay. There are setups in here you can take advantage of. If you don't have any way to capitalize off of this, you're hands off. Your hands off. Okay. Hands off the wheel. No, hands off the clicker, hands off the mouse, hands off if you're using your phone. No fingers. No clicking. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. We got 42 people on the check-in. If you're a first time, let us know. First time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long time viewers, smash the like button. First time viewers, smash the like button. Join our community. The YouTube chat is very quiet. We got 42 people joining us. All right, so let us know where you're joining from. All right, don't be shy. Don't be shy. I did see your comment, Tim D. Tim Dan. Okay, this is your comment. We are in a channel at SPX, absolutely. So if SPX is in the channel, more than likely, SPY is in the channel, more than likely SPX is in the channel, more than likely ES is in a channel. All right, so SPX is currently at that 69.58. So of course that 69.60 is what a lot of traders have their eye on. ES is sitting just below that 7,000 at 69.97. $69.97. We did take one trade. So now the ones who did take a trade, you have the leverage. You call the shots. Okay, just don't recklessly enter a position. You worked hard to spot an opportunity, capitalize off an opportunity. So don't give that back. Okay, like you didn't work for it. Man, this action, this territory is tough. So this is what I was anticipating off. Remember what we in the pre-market game plan we said that chop, right? This is what we're anticipating. But they gave us some room here, so yep, good not to be in a position. Yep, hands off. Looking like a bull flag. Yep, I can see that, right? You can see it here. We just broke that down. We just broke that down. Good eye, JP5XL. JP5XL. Is this it? Okay, let's see if we can put some pressure on that resistance. The real thing is, this is the move from 693.90 to 695. All right, so what I'm waiting for is, do we flip this to support? All right, in this case, you're buying at the very highs into higher highs. If we can't flip into support, play the trap back to 693.22. What is the VIX doing? The VIX continues to go south. If we take a look at the SPY Heikkanashi view, right? Indecisive. So we got a nice push there, indecision, nice push there, pull there, push there. We're going to see a clean chart, right? The cleaner, the better for that momentum. So do we have enough fuel off of that 693.22 to break that 693.90 and accelerate, or does this lead us to 693.90, trap, push back the downside? So now those are the questions that should be going through your head here. Okay. Let's see, we get that hold. We're putting pressure on that resistance there. See if they continue to push. And we're going to do a giveaway, guys. We're going to do a giveaway. Let's get 50 likes for the giveaway. 50 likes for the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway here at 1 o'clock. Okay, we run the stream to 1 o'clock. Sometimes we go a little longer. Today we're running to 1 o'clock. So if we can get 50 likes before 1 o'clock, preferably 12:30, we will do a giveaway. All right, we do the giveaway every single day. I just ask we hit that like threshold. Okay, that like threshold's all we need. What are we thinking? Is this legit? Is this a legit break? Is this a legit break? Okay, all the indexes starting to fuel back the upside. We're seeing IW. IW is now joining the party. IWM now joining the party. Okay, finally take out that PMH. IW look clean. Looks clean as well. If you're looking for a retest, nice retest of IW. PMH could be there along with that wave if it comes back in. Okay. Came right into it and then just got repelled. Okay. What was a repellent? So first interaction, wick, tweezer top. Second interaction, 3 down. So does this look like a break above that high? Does this look promising? Does this candle look promising for us to go along above that high? IW looks starting to look clean here. See if IW can come back into this territory. Give it about 30 cents. So retest, hold. Keeping a close eye on IW. IWM that is. Okay, now we're retesting it here. Now do we have enough fuel? So we came back. Okay, we rejected, retested. Now let's see if we can break and be respected. Let's flip that. Flip it to support. Five more minutes until the hour, half an hour candle. Absolutely, the 30-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, 15-minute. All the candles will flip here, as well as the top of the hour candle. So new candles coming up here across the board. Thank you for the update, Gary. Okay, so now how are we looking up here? We're testing it for the third time. Can we get a close above it? Question number 1. If IW comes back into this territory, I have an alert. I'll be interested. Let's go back to SPY real quick. Let's go back to SPY. So in this case, buying high, selling higher is the motto. In pursuit of 695. Okay, there we go. So that flag has been broken. We broke above that 693.90. Nice little retest of that flag. Let's go back to our 5-minute chart real quick. So you guys see. Right? Leg 1, accumulate, chop, leg 2. Now that leg 2 is starting to set up. Let's see if I can find a nice little sweet spot for an entry. I want that 5 to close. 105 to close. I'm not discounting the fact that we can go first shift high grab. I want to see a 5 close. Okay, we'll give it about 30 cents. No close, no bueno. Okay, same thing, right? So a trap. First shift high grab. That's why it's so important to just wait a couple of minutes before for that confirmation. That grab was beautiful though, right? So when you're playing the grab, you're playing it in the face of a breakout, right? So no close. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. We got 43 people joining us. 43 people. We should have 40 plus likes. We can easily get there so we can do the giveaway. A lot of back and forth though, guys. A lot of back and forth. Those zeros with this back and forth, with this quick, swift moves. All right. It's hard to really... You have to be really precise with your entry. So another retest of these highs. See if that can fuel us. At least get a 5-minute closure. If not, this thing is going back to downside after grabbing those highs. We can get back. If we can get back above it. Let's see. So risk reward puts our cheaper here, puts our the lowest price of the day. Calls, you're looking to buy high, sell higher. My pursuit is the second leg. Okay, my pursuit is that second leg. See if you get a nice push, nice close above this on the 5. Be looking to risk 30 cents. And even though it's Monday, we'll look to even take less size on this trade. All right, see if I can sit through it a little bit into 695, okay? See if I get that hold above it. I like how the 5 is starting to shape up. I'm looking at the 693s. 693s here. 693, see if you get that hold. So this is buying high, selling higher. We're probably testing those waves as well. Okay, I'll take it right there. Calls right there. See if we can hold. Continue to push. I want us to hold above. I want us to hold above this zone's lows, no close below it. No close below it. Okay, 693.81. So let's see if we can finally get that push. We did get a reaction off of it. Right. Trying to front run it a little bit. That 5-minute candle, new 5-minute candle will be coming up in about... New 5-minute candle coming in about 1 minute. All right, so 1 minute. See if I can go 212, right? 212 off that candle. All I need for that candle to do in the next 52 seconds is see if it can close near this high. If it can close near that high, breaks above that candle, and then we continue to push. That'd be great for that 212. Breaks below these lows, it goes back to downside. All right, so down 1%, 2% on those calls. Right. Now 1 minute is starting to look like a trap. I can see it looks like a trap, but really betting on this 5 minute. Okay, waiting on betting on this 5 minute. Let's see if we can close this 5 minute near those highs. near those highs. That would be great. Again, playing the second leg. That's what I'm looking to play. Second leg. Okay. The whole intention behind this is the second leg. Trying to find an entry on the one for that second leg. Okay. Second leg of what? Second leg of this break. So we had a push initially. We had about an hour of consolidation. We broke out of it. We retested it. Now we have this key level. What am I pursuing? 695. Okay, so risk is allocated. Risk is defined. Break above 693.95. We go 2-1-2 continuation. And we're good to go to the upside. Okay, I want a nice hold above that. Okay, I want a nice hold above 693.95. 693.95. Continue to go. Then I want us to create separation away from 693.90. All right, so we're hanging out there for a little too long. So I want us to continue to go. Create separation away from it. That'd be great. Go, go, go. There we go. Up 5. If you did take this, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. Make sure the risk is defined, well defined. See if we get that continue to push. Okay. Up 6, 7. Those highs right there. Those are the session highs. So now I don't want closure below this level. I don't want closure below that level. Now that we're past that level, I want us to continue. So do you guys see the idea on the 5? All right. See if that continue to push. So ideally, no close back below this territory here. 7, 8, up 8. Take a majority off right there for good measure. Up 8. Fill that 9. All right. And down to runners. So I'm taking a majority off right at those highs. And then now I can use those runners to see if I can catch that push to 695. Okay. There we go. That's how we do it. So we broke down the rationale. What was the rationale? If you joined early, all right, so there's not random trading. Rationale is right here. First leg, we can all agree. We're seeing a lot of chop back and forth. We want to see that break. We got a key level. Want us to decisively declare victory above that key level. And now we're like this. Okay. Ideally, what takes place is, of course, first leg. Second leg is usually the same size or half the size of first leg. That's what a runner is there for. So first target is 695. And now this runner can do its job. Let it run. Majority is taken off already. These contracts are not moving as nicely as I want them to. So I'll take some off. I took some off, a majority off at 9. So as long as this 5 minute looks bullish, I'll remain in the trade with the runners. If it looks bearish, I'll just part ways. Okay. So even if it does trap, get back below those levels. I already extracted profits. Did see 10 at the peak. All right. I always like to take profits near the. If I'm taking a push into relative highs into session highs, that's always a good target. All right, but the runner target is 695. 695. So we might be, if it continues to trend the upside, we might be in this position for a little bit. These runners. All right. And you want to take that? If you did, congratulations. If you didn't, don't chase. Gap officially closed. Absolutely. That official gap closure is 694.07. That's prior day close. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. So I don't want any close below here. And this is only 30-cent risk. Okay, 30-cent risk. 12-cent risk, I should say. If it's a slow grind higher, that's fine with me. Ooh, IW. Anyone catch IW? IW came beautifully into that retest zone. You see that IW, guys? If you took IW, beautiful job. We just talked about it. Came right into that retest zone for a quick scalp. So the key was to remain patient here. Key was to remain patient here. So you have to know when to hold, when to walk away, when to run, when to enter, when to exit. These are all very, very important things. Up 12%. If we can get to 695, that's 100%. Up 14. Do I see a reversal? The reversal can come at any time, but no signs of reversal at the current moment. This looks very bullish. That's why I'm in the calls. All right, so an uptrend. If you're looking for a reversal, at least have a key level and a price action combination. You can make an argument for a reversal if we do go shooter on the 5. VIX gets a spike, and all the buying across all the indexes starts to wear off. We can't get that reversal. All right. So 2 trades today. Both trades worked in our favor beautifully. All right. We're being patient. Very clean execution. That's all intentional. I'm looking to clean up my execution this week. Right. So always having that one thing to improve, a couple of things to improve over the weekend is very important, right? Regardless of how you end your week, whether you're green, whether you're red, always, always, always improve. You took the IWM, beautiful job. Lynn, tremendous, tremendous job. That retest was there. Right? Wait for the break. If it breaks, the low-hanging fruit setup, right, is the retest. Okay, up 15. Okay, back test at 6. Small green, adds are neutral now. Indexes DD, ticks are trying. Okay. Okay, so this is where we are. Slow grind higher. So now we had that initial rejection, and where do we get involved once again? Once we started to show some signs of life above it. Okay, so that level. So 2 trades, 45% here. Still in a position here after locking the majority of the profits, up 15%. Does the 5-minute chart on SPY look bearish or bullish, guys? Put in the chat. Does the 5-minute chart on SPY look bearish or bullish? As of now. So it looks bullish as can be. There's a clean trend. My target is 695. Unless I see some activity to the downside, that should get us to maybe 100%. Okay, we're looking to impose our will strategically on the market today. Okay, strategically. There we go, up 20%. You know what I'll do actually? Take some more off right there, good measure, and just be down to 1. All right, so I just have 1 runner left. So 1 runner left, let it do what it wants. And if we do get to 695, I just want to demonstrate the power of 1 runner. The power of one contract. Okay, why options trading? You can do it with just one contract. 25%. 695. Upcoming. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. We've got 44 people joining us. If we get more likes, we can easily get 50 plus people. Let's try to get this stream in front of as many traders as possible. We're live trading SPY. If you're enjoying the content, smash the like button. Join our community. We're live every single day. All right, so put yourself in position to take advantage of ideas like this. Get trained on how to trade like this. Spot these ideas and capitalize off the opportunities. YouTube does have a delay, so if you're using YouTube as a signal, this is not intended to be a signal service. It's intended to be an educational program. All right, so YouTube does have a slight delay. YouTube does have a slight delay. Keep that in mind. So if you want to bypass the delay, join the team. How's the team doing today, guys? How are we doing today? Anyone catch that last one? So this played out on IWM. So IWM, we talked about that. Okay, IWM did bounce. It's about to break if it can go push. So if you're in IWM, you have a comfortable seat into the break. All right, so you're already in profit. So now it's just a matter of see what you can get out of it. Okay, up 38%. There we go. Back to back 40% plus. There we go. 39%. So see if IW can play catch up. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Okay. This is why it's so important to understand what kind of environment we're in. Okay. Continuation patterns and continuations. Spot the next opportunity. So all these things, especially if you took the boot camp on Saturday. This is firsthand look at the kind of opportunities that await if you apply the things you learned on Saturday to Monday. All right, we covered that section of the different kinds of continuation patterns, right, and the market cycles. Right, that took us about 3 hours. We went over for 3 hours because understanding that will help you put yourself in position for this. All right, so let's see if IW can break. IW off of that zone is already up 40 cents. For a SPY to make an all-time high, 695.30. 695.30. Don't FOMO into a position, whatever you do. Bull, okay, good. Yep, as bullish as can be. You guys got it. Again, TP where you need to. Up 35 to C40. If you're a babysitting runner into 695 like I am, know where your NC is. Waves are waving. Too soon to the new high. It can get there. I mean, as long, if you're not making the entry, if you're not making your entry here, if you're not buying the call here, right, you can play that push into 695. If your entry is here, right, you're in a good position. You're up at least 35%. So you can see what does take place. You're not making the decisions there. Right? So as of now, the 5 minute is looking as bullish as can be. We're trending to the upside, so our path is 695. Okay, if anything changes, I'll let you guys know. That doesn't mean take calls here. You're paying a different price. Okay? Anyone who did take this on the team, their entry is probably below 135. I have the confirmation entry. Okay, those contracts are now 180. So your best bet is maybe to get some sort of downward compression. Maybe a baby bull flag with an additional layer of confirmation. If we continue to push. So the closer we get, we start running out of steam. We start running out of steam. Okay, let's go revisit the 5 real quick. Okay. You guys see it now? You can see now this was all consolidation. The Bears' best bet is to close below 694.38. You see, so now we're already up. If we get a measure of that leg, of that first leg, 246. Since the break, we're up about 99 cents, close to $1. Okay, so half of that push, some say the full length. I don't care what it is. I'll take profits on the way up. I'll look to take advantage of it until 695, until some sellers start stepping in and start shifting the 5. For the 5 to be shifted, break back below 694.38 is the trigger. Are we seeing some pushback on the 1? A lot of wicks there, absolutely. We are seeing a lot of wicks on the 1. Let's see if the momentum on the 1 is shifted. Not quite yet. So still up 33%. Still up 33%. 53% baby's doing a beautiful job. Jake, your SAT class was the best education. You had covered almost all for beginners. Even I trade a long time. I stayed 5 hours to review. Thank you. Starters, if you listen several times, sure you'll learn. Thank you. So if you did, again, it's not only for beginners. I know a lot of people think it's just beginners, but this is for everyone. It's going to fill out those holes. And kudos to you for staying 5 hours. And that's what I always say. That's what keeps me motivated. If there's people that are willing to learn, and you're willing to spend 5 hours, and I have to spend 5 hours as well. All right. So all I can do is match the effort you guys give. It is 5 hours. So if you want that information, you're gonna have to put the time in. There's no shortcut. Okay. The 5 triggered 694 for 38. We're seeing some sellers stepping in. Did see 40% plus on runner, now it's at 15. Okay, let me go drop down to the 1's waves. If we get closure below that 1 wave, 694.20, then I'll close out. All right, but you can see how quickly we go from 40%, say if it's a full position, 40% all the way back to 15%. When you can just take profits for 10, 15, 20 earlier on. So you see how 1 or 2 candles can shift the entire thing. So in this case, when we take a look at this 5-minute candle here, you can see that 694.38 was what triggered that push to the downside. I want us to hold above 694.20. That's my final line in the sand. For runner, at least get 15% out of it, 10 to 15%, that's okay. All right, because I'm opening myself up to 100%. Okay, after taking profits already. Some traders like to do this with a full position. That's completely up to them. There's nothing wrong with it if you know how to do it right. But a majority of traders should be taking profit. Okay, and taking profits often. See profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for long. You guys know the model. %. Beautiful job, Gary. Out. You caught that one too far up. Beautiful, beautiful. Got the rejection. Accidentally cut my runner to 22%. I mean, kudos to you, Jason, for catching that rejection. All right. Going against the market, getting compensated. That 694.38 trigger was nice. Okay. See if there's just a nice little pull back into that wave on the 1. Okay, nice little healthy pullback on the one. See if new cohort of buyers start stepping in. If we get a close or we flip the waves on the one, then I'll get out. See that wave on the one, nice and clean. So my risk would be this 1 minute wave flipping. All right, if it flips, more than likely it starts to dip. Look at that volume imbalance right there. We caught it, very sneaky volume imbalance there, but I saw that. So a new 5 minute candle here. Very interesting here. So now a new 5 minute candle. After going sell here, we have this 5 minute candle here. So it's either we continue to sell off or we reverse that initial sell off that we saw. And the levels are 694.20. More than likely we continue to sell. Possibly back at that 90 MA. 694.67, break above that. Break above these highs, we continue. Okay. So from the forecast to 695 on that initial leg, I was off by 31 cents. All right, but we caught. Okay, we were in position to catch. Okay. 79.80 cents of a $1.10 move. So this goes to show you don't need to catch the whole thing. If we break below 694.20, back to downside we go possibly. Okay, I'll cut runners there. Just one runner at 11. So I did see 40% plus. Wanted to see a little more. But now those runners, that last runner was 11%. Cut it there. All right. So that's the two trades for today, guys. Highest TP 20%. Okay, so hopefully. So the main thing is avoiding here. Okay, avoiding here. Letting the dust settle, waiting for the break, waiting for the retest, waiting for the hold, so on and so forth. The 1 minute wave still hasn't flipped yet. Still green, putting pressure on it. But I don't want runners to go from green to red. Even though it's a runner, treat the same way if it's a position. Follow the rule with that as well. Okay. Missed that volume balance. It was on the one. It was very, very quick, but it ended up filling. So when this candle opened up, it was very sneaky. Just the way it opened, it ended up filling. It opened up here. 694.43. There's a nice small little imbalance there. How's gold doing? If gold continues to run, I'm going to trade gold tonight as well. Right? Try not to overtrade it. When you do trade, Asian session, Eastern time, the ideal times gold tends to run is between like 9 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. when it does start to go. Just know that coming into the week, you have an X amount of mental capital. Okay, think of it like this. When you come into the week, your mental capital is as full as it's going to be. That's it. Monday is the fullest your mental capital is going to be. Sometimes maybe you're not fully rested over the weekend. Again, stressors in life, XYZ can take place. So Monday is the fullest your mental capital is going to be. Okay. Mental capital, very hard to measure. There's no number to our mental capital, but it's just there. All right, this is Monday. So whether you start full or not, Monday is the highest or the most amount of mental capital you're going to have. Okay, so Monday. So now you're already trading, you're allocating your mental capital to scalping. Okay, SPY. That's taking some of it. Okay, so a certain portion of your mental capital is going to SPY. Okay, so say a majority of the time for day trading, that's where a majority of your mental capital goes to SPY. During the week, the mental capital starts dwindling the closer you get to Friday. So as it's dwindling, you're going to start reducing your risk. Now when you start adding different things to the equation, okay, now you're going to start trading gold. Okay, Asian session, that takes more time. Now you're going to start trading, say, another thing at a different time. So your mental capital, what you have from Monday, just for this one particular name, is quickly going to dwindle. One day is going to feel like 2 days. So if you're trading New York, on top of that, you're trading Asia, right? 2 days your mental capital have been exhausted in one day. So by the time you're on Wednesday, your mental capital is operating like it's Friday. Okay, so what's key? What's key is if you're going to trade Asia, if you're going to trade all those different sessions, there has to be a particular setup you're looking for, and you have to take that setup only. You can't spend hours and hours and hours on the chart. Okay, the mental capital is too precious, because coming to the next day, it's going to take away from your ability to trade. You're going to be a couple of seconds too slow. You're going to be slightly delayed. You're going to see too much action. Right, you saw action at nighttime. You're seeing more action now. You're going to be a little indecisive. So if you are trading at nighttime on the future side, and on top of that you're trading options in the morning, right, it has to be a set it, forget it type of trade. What I mean by that is you have that setup you're looking for. Okay. You have a limit order. You have your stop. You have your couple of TPs, and forget it. Set it and forget it, because your position is not being eaten away with theta. Right? If you can do that one to three times, then it makes sense. But if you're going to sit there and play candle by candle like we do here, it's going to drain your mental capital. So by the time it's Wednesday, you're all the way here. By the time it's Friday, you're on E. So you're missing setups, you're mentally exhausted, maybe you're not taking profits, you're letting your risk get too wide. And by the time it's Friday, what's going to happen is you're going to size up. And then that basically, and that account gets damaged. Okay, so very, very important to understand that you only have certain level of mental capital coming to the week. On Monday, that's the highest it's going to be. So it's good to, like today, right, we didn't exhaust a lot of mental capital. We just boom and boom. Okay, I fell victim to that many times. Even when gold made that initial push into all-time highs a few months ago, I was trading it minute by minute. All right, I was able to catch the trades. I was able to catch the scalps, but your mind is just fried. Okay, your mind is fried, because now you're coming in and you got to attack SPY, and it's not moving like gold. Gold moves completely differently, especially if you're trading the minis. Right? Monster. Do we have any gold traders in the chat? Gold traders in the chat, let us know. Hopefully you're enjoying the action that gold is giving us. You've been crushing it, Sancho, on the 1 DTEs. I think you're three or four in a row. SLV starting to run. Crude is looking to break out here. Again, we make a move, right? We make a move, then we start to lag. Volume imbalance right here. So volume imbalance. This is what a volume imbalance looks like. This tells us there's very little volume. It's a slow grind up type of day, very, very frustrating type of day. So if you don't have those entries near critical areas, if you have them in the middle of nowhere, right? Can be a tough day. All right. So again, we're officially in third shift. I'll be paying attention to 694.68. Two trades, both trades that kick off the week worked in our favor. Did see 40% plus on this last trade. We walked this idea before it came to fruition. We also walked this idea before it came to fruition. So go back, rewind, watch those two trades. Before you even watch that, see how we were able to spot those ideas, because I try to break it down for replay. So if you go back and watch the replay, it makes sense. So it's not in hindsight. All right, we have to make these reads in real time. It's not Monday morning quarterback type of trading. Yes, we know the man was open on film. Yes, you should have got rid of the ball a little quicker on film, because you're about to get sacked. But in real time, it's different. You gotta do your best. That's it. All right. So when you do go back and you do watch those two clips, and if you do rewind, hopefully you do find value. And there's a couple of things you can extract from the entries and the rationale behind the idea, and understanding the simple concept. Not easy, but simple. Whenever you see a leg, your job becomes see if you can identify what the accumulation is. When you find that accumulation, your job becomes, do you want to play the second leg? Do you want to play that entry off that support? There's a couple of questions that cross your mind. In our case, we exist right here. That flip. Okay? We're able to catch a good chunk of this push to the upside. And now, the thing is, we said it early. The problem is when you're close to all-time highs, when all-time highs are within striking distance at all times, right? It's very hard to short for an extended period of time, because you can just make a run up to all-time highs. Right, and it's always looming, so it kind of feeds into a bias of being long. So we're back at all-time highs. We're about less than $1 away from all-time highs. Let's put it like that. We're less than $1 away from all-time highs. Silver's starting to run. Good. I know you love the silver, GLD, those precious metals, Fido. No setup before 12 o'clock. We'll shut it down. Just two trades today. All right? Keeping it clean. We're going to keep it that way. And today I was just looking for a couple setups. I was anticipating a potential choppy type of day, a range bound. We're still range bound in relation to that daily candle, but we are expanding intraday. So it doesn't mean I come into the day. We talked about in the pre-market how I'm leaning towards that chop type of day, but not willing to fall in love with it and see what the market has to offer. And in this case, there's signs of expansion on the lower time frame, and both those setups do support the expansion entries. All right. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. We'll do the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock. So let's try to get above 50 likes before 12:30. 1 o'clock will be the cutoff, and we'll do the giveaway. So we'll do the giveaway every day. Okay. Don't have a poll question for today, so let me make a poll question real quick. Poll question this real quick would be: do we make all-time highs today? Do the SPY make all-time highs today? Yes, no. Answer the poll question. Tesla broke that 30-minute orb. Let's go. Take a look at Tesla. Finally, right? Above what, guys? Tesla above what? 450. Okay. So you just wait. And then once you get that break, depending on your entry model, there's a few ways to enter it. First, define your risk. Don't enter a trade without defining risk first. All right. Remember, the mission is, think of it like this. The mission is, okay, our mission as a trader is to extract profits from a position. All right. So if our mission is to extract profits, our mission is to get into the move and to get the profits out. But before we can even get in, right, before we can even get in, we need to know the lay of the land. We need to know where the exit is. All right. We need to know where the exit is at all times, just in case. Just in case the extraction mission of extracting profits goes south, we need to know where the exit is. All right? So think of it from a military standpoint. And even if you work in the industrial field, right? If you work in confined spaces, I've worked in confined spaces before, right? When you're working in confined spaces, you have to know where the egress is. All right? You have to know where the egress is just in case something goes south. You can't be in a confined space and not be aware of the egress. Same thing with trading. Idea looks good, but you first need to define your risk, know where your exit is before you enter. Once you do that, now it's a matter of where do you want to allocate your risk in relation to where you want to define your risk. Okay, Tesla's gone 350, 450. It's at 451.15. All right, so that's $1 and some change on Tesla. IWM is gone as well. Congratulations, Lynn. We call those two out, Tesla and IWM. SPY is gone as well. All right, so there's so much opportunities. Were you able to take it, Alan? If you did, tremendous job. Let's see what else is moving and grooving here. Google, look how erratic Google is. Just imagine on Google, for instance, you take that or break, okay, you get that massive push to the upside, you fail to take profits, and then you're left with negative. Okay, over time, I'm going to sound like a broken record, guys. Okay, over and over again. Take profits, take profits, take profits. To the point where it's going to be engraved in your mind. It's going to be engraved in your brain. Palantir falling off a cliff. Apple 260. Right, Apple 260 is interesting. We are in the rejection zone, so my line of thinking is it's hard for me to initiate a long here, right? If you're long already, good. But the higher we go, all right, the more time we spend in that rejection zone, the more of a bearish line of thinking I'm leaning towards. Right, so the area where I look to entertain calls, if I were to take calls, I like the grab of these lows down here. Second shift lows. 692.95, that would be great. That's always great. Who's done for the day? Let's do the poll. End of the day poll. It's 11:30. First 2 hours. So answer the poll question, guys. Daily performance, very simple, green, yellow, red. And put in the chat how many trades you took. Put in the chat how many trades you took. Okay, answer the poll question when you're done. Completely voluntary, but it gives us a good feel how the team is doing. Okay? Gives us a good feel. Last week, the team's win rate based on the poll question answers was 89% on the week. All right, so the numbers we're putting up as a whole, as a collective, okay, in an industry where 90% lose 90% of their capital in 90 days is superb. All right, we're going to continue to build that. We're going to continue to build on that and refine that process. Okay. All out, 3 trades, 1 small red, 2 green, IWM 30%. Beautiful job. That's my favorite thing to see. Small red. All right. So if you're done for the day, put done in the chat. I will be done for the day. I'm done for the day. Good, good, good. So day 1 out of 5. Locked in. So 4 more. Day 1 out of 5. Locked in. 4 more. Bitcoin is starting to get that push. Last little bounce off that 90K. But a bounce off that 90K doesn't mean anything unless we get above 95. There's a lot of flow, put flow, coming into some names associated with Bitcoin. So that 90K bounce better lead it to above 95K. Okay. It needs to get back above 95K. So let me know in the chat, folks on YouTube, how you did. Okay, 12 o'clock, we'll go over ways to join our community, all of the offers, and how to position yourself on a winning team and capitalize off these opportunities, okay? So I'm done as far as trades. We'll run the stream until 1 o'clock, 1:30. Any questions you may have, put in the chat. If you're still babysitting your position, continue to babysit. Should still possibly be green if your entry is tied to this area. 695. If we can stay above 693.90, 695 is the final destination. Done for the day. Okay, good, good, good. So far 100% of the chat is green. Way to kick off the week. Way to kick off the week. So the folks on YouTube, let's highlight some of the traders on our team. We got a phenomenal team. And everyone in the Discord was started off on YouTube as well. So it wasn't like we just started with a bunch of people. Nope, it started with 0 people. Just me. Okay, and they continue to watch on YouTube. And we started cultivating the community, 30% on IWM. So far, 100% of the chat is green. 22%. Awesome job. Jason for 53%. Babysitting runners. What else? 29%. Value area high. Rejection. That's a volume profile type of levels. So you have your POC, you have your value area high, you have your value area low. 2 trades, 29% green, done for the day. 12%. 105%. 50%, 115%. 20%. 18%. 3 trades. 1 trade, 3 cuts. 74 cents in total. 16%. 55%. 37%. 20%. 327 in a matter of minutes, right? 1.4% of the portfolio, on the portfolio, 26%, 10%, 140%. What else? That's what we got. Yep. So that's just today. That is just today. So tremendous job, guys. Now, your objective, your goal is to protect your profits. Okay, don't fall victim to any traps. Get involved, get enticed, and give back what you made. All right, you did your work. Don't give it back. Okay. So good. If you haven't already answered the poll question, my strikers. Take a look at Tesla. Tesla continues to go. Tesla's on the tear. Okay, Tesla's pulling back in. Got all the way to 451.34. Now it's pulling back in. Just like that. So if you take a look at Tesla, it breaks above 450, goes all the way to 451.34. That's $1.34. Don't take profit, you get stopped out. You don't get stopped out, you get wiped out. That's how Tesla moves. Okay, this is how Tesla behaves. That's how Tesla behaves. 1 minute you're super green, next minute you're red. If you don't take the profit. No active trades today for me, but it looks like the 50-minute orb on fire again, 100%. Yeah, the orb came into play nicely. So we know it wants to work its way to 695. Just interested to see what path it takes. Good chance it gets there if it doesn't close below 693.90 before then. Okay. Ending the day red. Thought we'd see 691. Good job on managing risk. HBK 268. You'll bounce back tomorrow. So the chat is split 50-50. 50% think we're going to go to all-time highs. 50% think we're not. We got 31 likes. We can easily get 50 likes, guys. We have 40 people in the chat. Over 200 people stopped by so far. Okay. Let me go refill the coffee, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC breaking down Oklo.
Sell the reactors, we're selling the power. And as validated by what Meta announced with us, what they announced with Vistra on stage, what you've seen the other big power consumers announcing is they want to buy the power. They don't want to buy the power plants. Well, that's great. We saw this in the market a decade ago. So when we started the company, the view was we need to offer a different solution, frankly. So we design the plants, we sell the power from them. And the power pricing, it varies by each customer and site. Obviously, with some of these hyperscalers, they need the power urgently, and they're going to put some money to work accordingly to do that, and they have pretty deep balance sheets to support that. But that then helps get those initial plants built and then drive those costs accordingly down. The first plants are always going to be a little bit more expensive, but they're going to be able to have then a run rate to scale downward. And when you think about building 16 plants, there's a lot of repetition and learning you get to go. When you look at the last time we built nuclear plants, the second plant cost about 30% less than the first plant. So having a number of 16 really helps us drive down to sort of that, I'll call it steady state cost curve, if that makes sense.
You've seen, we've been monitoring sort of local municipal pushback to data centers in general, Jacob, but I wonder if you're seeing any movement either way regarding the public's appetite for nuclear power, given its history.
I think we see people really excited about it. This is also something that really helps on the data center side, because what this kind of deal structure does is it takes away some of the pressure on power prices, because we're putting new generation on the grid. If you're buying existing generation, it's simple supply and demand. You're just going to drive the prices up, and we're all feeling that. By putting new power on the grid, by what Meta saw as important to do and is enabling by how they're partnering with us, that's going to help provide a clear pathway to put more electrons on the grid, more supply. That's going to help, right? That's going to help stabilize and hopefully at scale help put some downward pressure on power prices. Look, I think what we see is it's also long-term, high-paying jobs that are also jobs people are proud of having. You look at where we're building, it's at a site that used to be one of the beating heartbeats of America's nuclear industrial complex, and we're excited to be helping bring that back. There's a lot of pride in this in the community there, and frankly, every time that we've been there, the kind of enthusiasm and excitement increases. So actually, I think nuclear is a big boon in helping on the data center side, because one, you're going to help provide sort of a different scale and different types of jobs, but also you're going to help with power. And look, we're only going to need more power. So if we can help drive prices to be more controlled and ideally downward, everyone's going to be pretty happy about that.
Really quickly, are you having conversations like this with other hyperscalers beyond Meta?
We've been, yes, they all need a lot of power. And, I think the art is finding the deals that work best for everybody. And that's, I think, how we see this example, setting the stage for things forward. But yeah, we continue to have conversations with folks out there. It's an exciting time to be in this game. I can say that for sure.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you coming on to share when this news happens. So, and I know have no doubt we'll be talking to you again very soon. Jacob DeWitt,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
The CEO of Glow. Up next, after unprecedented levels of influence from the government and the private sector, Meta, speaking of, hiring a former Trump advisor as president and vice chair today. More on what Dina Powell-McCormick means for Meta.
Meantime, Apple joining forces with Google to power its AI features for products like Siri later this year. We're going to break down some of the big tech AI strategies in just a moment.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. PDS Biotechnology is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer. PDS Biotechnology.
Dad, are we really gonna miss the game?
I think we're stuck here.
Hey, you guys doing okay?
Dad, it's John Elway!
Our plane's having mechanical problems, and I think we're gonna miss the big game.
Well, I'm gonna badge it to the game. You're welcome to join me. With Badge It, you're guaranteed a recovery plan. Search over 5,000 planes from 500 of the best companies. Hey, and you're ready to...
Okay, we're working our way to 695. We're back. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. What a push. What a breakout. And now we're on the footsteps of making another all-time high. Tesla, nice recovery back above 650. Tesla at 9 EMA. Is this a good area to go 695 puts for Friday? I don't know if you're looking to swing the 695 puts. I mean, if it's something you like on a chart, if it aligns with the setup that you like to see, possibly. But if you're looking to hold until Friday, we do have a couple of red folder catalysts you have to be aware of. We have CPI on Tuesday, we have PPI on Wednesday, and we have unemployment claims on Thursday. So I have a handful of catalysts that can impact the market, make it go either way. But if the 695 puts do align with your system, and your system says, hey, this is a good area to buy puts, I would just say define your risk and then allocate risk. All right, all I do, my job is just to get a read in the market and see how it interacts with certain levels. Right, that's it. And based off that interaction, whether it's whether the interaction leads to push the upside or to the downside, put myself in position to capitalize. That's it. That's all. Bare minimum, bare bone definition of my system. Green for today. Trades by Friday. Calls is bloody, still holding. Oh, you had the calls, Jason, from Friday? But for my Friday calls, maybe he can get back to recover them. Maybe if he gets back to ATH. What setup is this, guys? Strikers, right? Shift to shift grab. It's turned into a slugfest now. Although we're grinding higher, there's a slow grind higher. We're moving 40 cents per 5-minute candle. Take a look at the ATR. Take a look at the IV. Okay. Slow grind higher. Meta hires former Trump advisor. You see how the tone changed with Zuck? Right? He was anti-Trump the first go around. Now he's pro-Trump second go around. Interesting. Take a look at if there's any news. Okay, rare earth material. Okay. Look at that headline. U.S. stocks stumble over Fed's autonomy weighs on the markets. Okay. Well, guess what? This is like a stumbling market. That headline came in at 9:59 at 10 o'clock. That headline gets printed at 10 o'clock. Right. Everything about that headline gets basically they printed the headline right here. So look right there. So if you read that news, U.S. stock stumbles, and you make a decision to go short or to liquidate your position or whatever it is, all right, good luck. No, you can't depend on the headlines. Just like they're a lagging indicator. So the chat is mixed on YouTube 50-50. 50-50 between. So I'm done for the day, but 50-50 between if we make all-time highs or not. We are less than $1 away from making all-time highs. Let's see if the support holds. If we take the support all the way to 695, if we can, that would be great. No horse in the race currently. Did provide the idea here off that break. Did already extract profits. And we did see north of 40% on that last runner. Decided to close. Breaking news here.
The Fed chair under attack, what it means to this record-setting rally. We will, of course, discuss all of this with the investment committee. And joining me for the hour today, Joe Cherno.
Okay.
On Wall Street, 12 noon in the East, and we'll turn around a bit. Obviously, Joe, we opened negative, probably related to this DOJ probe of the Fed chair. And we'll get into all that in a minute, but the markets come back a bit, and we are positive in almost all areas, but the Dow, you know, we've been at record highs.
We have.
You want to tell me how you're thinking about this news as it relates to the market, which right now just appears to be attempting to look past it?
I think it was a derivative trade last evening. If you were trading futures, you went short the NASDAQ, but you had to cover them by the time this morning opened, because that's when the real vital signs of the market, you were able to check in on them. The bond market has remained calm. Overseas markets have remained calm. We're seeing again this morning that the buying is showing up in the Russell, which is approaching another all-time high. Semi-equipment names, whether it's Lam Research, Applied Material, KLA Corp, they are approaching new 52-week highs. So I don't see anything.
Okay, we're starting to see SPY work its way to the 695. After that, the next level is all-time high. So massive push on SPY. Second leg came to fruition. The gap has been filled. Okay, gap has been filled. Now it continues to push the upside. Once we do get past that level, once we do get past that ATH, if we do get there on this current leg, if there's no interruption to this leg, right? So let's do this. Okay, say we get to a point where we start seeing some interruptions to this leg. What are some patterns we want to see in this area? What are some patterns we want to see in this area? Okay. If we're playing this being a continuation pattern. All right. And if we want to start to look for a push back to downside on that next pause. Okay. What are the next consolidation? What do we want to see in this area? What type of patterns? Okay. So when that leg hits a point of exhaustion, say it's all-time highs, 695 to all-time highs in that territory. If it shows some clear signs of exhaustion for about the same amount of time, anywhere from 15 to 45 minutes, there's a handful of patterns, reversal patterns, we want to look for in this territory. Okay, so you can look for the head and shoulder. You can look for the double tops. Those simple patterns in that area align with the key levels. A rejection, looking for lower high. Absolutely, that would be a head and shoulder, right? Because this is the run up. It's running up. The action is never going to look as clean as a line. It's going to be some back and forth, but generally we're running up. So if you're trying to short every pop, the only way you can really do this is catching the higher high into higher low. Right? Trying to find the higher high. Okay, and it's not, there's a way to do it, but it's not the easiest thing to do. So if you're shorting each pop, your job is to take the higher high into the higher low, in hopes of a break of a higher low into a lower low. But you want to take profits generally near that higher low, which is that support. If you want to take this to the upside, your job becomes, if you want to go long, your job becomes trying to get that higher low into a higher high off of support. So both participation groups can coexist. They just can't cross the line. Right? But in this case, of course, it's an uptrend. If you're going to go with the trend, that's the idea to look for. Where is that next higher low? And is that higher low that's forming on support? Is that higher low that's forming off of a key level, a key zone? And that gives you more confidence. Is there a critical moving average you like to use? Do all those things line up? If they do, it becomes high probability. Okay. If they do, it becomes high probability. So goal for this week for subs, guys, let's try to get to 2750. Okay, 2750, we can do it. We're trying to get to 3,000 subs by the end of the month. We're closing in on 3,000. We can get to 2750 to 2,800 by the end of the week. That would be great. So I need everyone in the chat, everyone on YouTube, to make sure that they're subscribed and to make sure that your notifications are on. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Tesla, out of here. SPY not doing much. IW out of here. That break was beautiful. That retest hold was beautiful. Right. For me, it was between SPY and IW. IW was the laggard at that particular time. So it gave you time to take that take that break if you missed that entry here. But if you have this entry off this retest hold zone, strikers, you're laughing to the bank. Okay, you're laughing to the bank. Okay, you're swimming in profits. Now that's did get up to $1 there. So now on this last push the upside, we did grab these highs. See if we can put pressure on this support. Flip that support based off of this grab of these highs. And start heading back towards the downside. Downside being 693.90. Do we have enough fuel off of this grab, off of this trap? Do we have enough buyers trapped up there to lead us all the way back to the downside? Me being 693.90. That's the question. We're jammed between these two zones, jammed between these two levels, 693.90 and 695. All right. We're jammed between those two zones. Let's see what does take place there. Okay, it's 12 o'clock. We'll run through some tickers. We'll do a halftime check. Before we do that, make sure to go to smartactiontrade.com. Smartactiontrade.com. You can join our community. There's multiple ways to do it. Everyone should be in the free tier. But if you're looking to level up, join our community and take advantage of all the resources that we do have to equip you to become the best trader you can be. Join our community. There's a couple of ways to do it. The trial, there's 9 spots left. Okay, take advantage. That's the trial for the month of January. Use the code trial30 to save 25% off, and it's absolute steal for $50. So with the code, it just comes under $40. What do you get access to? Live day trading with screen share, pre-market prep stream every single morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 to 5 hours of live trading and training, a high win rate, alerts, all of our alerts today, ideas worked out beautifully. The ones we took, the ones we discussed, IWM, Tesla, whatever you name it. You bring the chart to my attention. I'll do my best to give you thorough analysis on some levels you can use to build your ideas around. All right. Our trading floor, of course, we have the best traders, a collection of a supportive community, dedicated community, looking to get better and help one another. You get access to swing trade long-term ideas as well, automated technicals, my watch list, most importantly, my ebook, algo trading strategies, trading resources and videos, educational video library, 1,500 plus hours of live trading content for you to really back test and really see the strategy being used. From hour 1 to 1,500, same system, nothing changes. All right, and of course you have access to the Shockwave 15 course, and of course you have access to our 5-hour getting started options trading course for all beginners and all traders. Whatever you do trade, that's going to be very, very beneficial. So make sure to click the link pinned in the description to join our community. Join the yearly plan as well. There's an absolute steal. One payment, you have access to for 12 months. You have access to our next boot camp. You can choose which one you attend. Okay, you have access to a coaching call as well. So wherever you are, make sure to take advantage and put yourself in position to capitalize off these opportunities. All right, don't let this be a hurdle you can't climb. If you're taking losses bigger than the cost of the investment in yourself. Okay, make sure don't do that to yourself. You got to be in position to capitalize. The boot camp was an absolute success. For the ones who did take the boot camp on January 10th, I will be sending out the recording to you guys. It's about 5.5 hours. For the ones who do want to sign up for the boot camp, we have one more getting started day trading boot camp coming up. One more coming up, and after that, we're going to jump into our advanced topics. So if you do want to sign up for that, make sure to sign up. If you want a copy of the recording, you can purchase that as well. All right, so take advantage while you can. As far as the community is concerned, we are looking for a price increase to the upside. All right, so take advantage. You're going to be grandfathered in wherever you are. So whatever you pay, you'll be grandfathered in. This is an absolute steal. All right, this is an absolute steal, especially for the amount of information and the skill that you're learning. All right, so you're actually learning over time. Okay, so make sure to join our community. Take advantage of that. Coaching calls are back on, so anyone who does have a coaching call, they want to schedule it, especially with the ones who are in the community, send me a message. I'll send you my calendar. For the ones who have the 5-pack, the 3-pack, if you're not fully complete with your pack, send me a message. We'll set that up as well. And if you're looking to book a coaching call wherever you are, make sure to do so. This gives you that one-on-one time. One-on-one time to go over everything you need, strategy development, live trade walkthrough, custom trading plan for your style, risk management mastery, trade review feedback, trading platforms and setup support, okay, direct Q&A session. If you want, I can record the session so you can use it. Accountability and progress. A lot of the traders who do have the coaching call, they book the coaching call from time to time, right? Just to check back in, say, hey, you know what? Thanks for walking me through this. Now I want to see how we can improve this. So we're really taking this. I'm really trying to solve any of the problems, any of the challenges that you may have continuously. Okay, so again, that's back and available, and there's openings for that, so make sure to take advantage of that. All right, so that's how you join our community. That's how you take advantage. And you definitely want to be a part of our team. POC Pop, 14.7%. Beautiful job. So you're really liking the value area high, value area low, and POC key level, volume profile, and you'll line that up with some key levels. That's a great scalping area, right? Great levels to use. So great job, Jason. And the cool thing is to see the progress. Okay, the people who are making the investment themselves are making the progress they're making. All right, the ones who are signing up for the boot camp, the ones who are booking the coaching calls, the ones who are already in the community. All right, you're going to get what you put in. If you put in nothing, how can you get something in return? If you put in nothing, how can you get something in return? If you put in effort, if you put in time, if you put your resources behind the things you want to do, right, you will start paying dividend. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. SPY, IWM starting to pull back just slightly into that 90 MA. DIA is on the verge of making all-time highs as well. SPY, that looks like a nice little retest of that formerly known as support, but the 5-minute trend is still intact. 5-minute trend is still intact, and the action is getting messy out here. All right, so primary protocol is, guys, don't give back profits. Don't give back profits. We'll do the giveaway at 1 o'clock. So the giveaway is for the boot camp. All right, for those of you who did attend the boot camp with the giveaway, all right, let me know if you're in the chat. So a lot of you, there was a handful of you that were in the boot camp via giveaway, and you had to send me a message for me to send you the link. All right, I sent the invitation to all the emails. For some reason, if you are missed, it's not intentional. What I can do is I can have you come to the next boot camp, and I'll let you know as soon as possible. And for all the alumni who did join this go around, okay, you have access to all the getting started boot camps from this point on. All right, even if you want to take it again as a refresher, you might have a new question. You can come in, you can pop in and join as well. All right, so the alumni for a particular class have free access to that class if they already made that payment. Okay, nice little breakdown, retrace, reject of that support. Does that lead us all the way to 693.90? That's the main question. All right, so at this point, it doesn't really matter what goes on between these two areas unless we get a move into those two areas. I mean, it doesn't mean between here, right? It's all noise unless we get driven to here or driven up there. All right, so there are no entries for me to entertain this particular area. If you took that nice little support break, right, retrace, reject, and it jaws that inefficiency there, shooter, I can possibly see that. Let's see if the VIX starts running out of steam. The only entry would be a grab of these highs. All right, this would be the grab of the highs. Textbook trap setup. Closed out -10. Beautiful job. That's a good stop out. -10 is a beautiful stop out. 4 out of 5 green. That's about an 80% win rate. Good, good, good. 2 trades today. Both worked in our favor. Both worked in my favor. And I think we were able to catch a good chunk of the big moves of the day. Big moves of the day. Sometimes you're in position to take advantage of the big moves of the day. Sometimes you're not. You don't always have to be involved in the big move, but eventually you will be. Eventually you will be if you're consistent enough. Eventually you will be. What a trap. Absolutely, Gary. See you tomorrow. Gary's joining us from all the way across the world. Anyone else done? If you're done, answer the poll question. So far, 100% of our team is green to kick off the week. That's mind-blowing numbers, guys. Mind-blowing numbers. Comment in the chat, HBK268. Everything collapsed after the news. Why would it trend back up? So with the news, right, the market tends to already price the news in. So it makes the move when the news is a rumor, right? And it tends to do the opposite of what the news is. So whatever you think the news is, the impact you think that it's going to have on the market, which is subjective. If you think the Powell situation is bullish, or if it's bearish, when it becomes news, it probably does the opposite thing. So just basically inverse yourself, right? But most of the time, the news, by the time the news hits the headlines, the market has already priced the news in. The market has already priced the news in. Yeah, very, very psychological. Very psychological. Once you get the technical stuff down, once you understand the technicals, it just becomes a game of psychology. In the beginning, when you're learning so much, so you don't even realize how much of a psychological game it is. Once you have a good understanding of the technicals, you get over the learning curve of the technicals, you get over the learning curve of the options, right? Then it becomes 90% psychology. Okay? I would say 80% psychology and 20% execution. But your execution can be impacted by your psychology. Right? So then it just becomes everything between the ears. Appreciate the like and subscribe. Appreciate it, guys. Any first-time viewers in the chat, put a 1 in the chat. 1 in the chat. On YouTube, put 1. It looks like we got a lot of first-time viewers today. We're a few likes away from the giveaway. We have 30 minutes left. 50 likes is the goal. I will be giving away the boot camp. I want to get as many people educated as possible. So I will be giving away the boot camp. 50 likes is the threshold. That'll be the giveaway for today. Go check out that last video on the channel. All right, it breaks down my thoughts for the week and what can really trigger a push to the upside. The last video on the channel. Level hold, bull cycle begins. And for YouTube members, I do have a video dropping for you guys if you're a YouTube member. And that video is going to be about risk management. A risk management video will be dropping. And folks on YouTube, folks, the strikers, you have access to that playlist as well. Okay, so risk management video will be dropping. So be on the lookout for that. It will be dropping sometime this week for all the YouTube members. Okay. We headed back the other side. VIX not moving much, but holding below those lows. Holding below those lows. Okay, here we go, guys. Apple and Google announce AI collab. Apple and Google announce AI collab. Apple and Google announce AI collab. Okay, no response by Google yet. Apple 260 is looking very interesting now. We have a catalyst, but this is news. Let's take a listen.
Kind of like in their search agreement, neither company commenting on how that's going to really play out, but you've got to think that's going to be material here for investors over who's actually going to be benefiting monetarily from this whole agreement, Scott.
Yeah, those are good points. I would suspect that we would learn the answers to that
and those questions sooner rather than later, but we'll have to see. Steve, thank you. That's Steve Kovac. Maybe you can make the argument, Steve, that this is more of an Alphabet story than an Apple story. It just continues to lend credibility to Gemini 3 and what this company has managed to do for a stock chart that looks like that. By the way, you already had Alphabet topping Apple in terms of market cap last week.
Yep.
Whether this pushes it above $4 trillion, I believe it did. Do we have that? Can we get the up-to-date on that for me, please? Just so we can see it. While I mentioned it, everybody on the desk owns Alphabet, so it's relevant to that conversation.
Yeah, and so Alphabet and Apple have had a pre-existing relationship, but Apple could have gone anywhere they wanted to power Siri.
This briefly pushed it over 4, but it's right there on the doorstep.
And they chose to go with Alphabet. So I'm actually surprised in this kind of market, momentum market, Alphabet's not up more. I'm also surprised
that a lot.
Right, no, I mean on this news, it's had a great run. And I'm surprised that Apple's not up more because it seems like they've finally come to grips with their AI strategy and said, we're really going to outsource it. So I think the partnership may actually be deeper than what they announced.
Well, because as Kovac said, right, we need the details.
Right,
we need the financial details.
Absolutely. And Apple, though, has come down quite a bit from the highs. So that's why I'm surprised, in particular, that it's not up more in this.
Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We're going to come back. Bill Baruch is going to join us because he has a number of moves, new ones, that we want to document for you. We'll do that next.
Ameriprise Financial has been providing personal financial advice since 1894.
Okay, you heard it. Apple and Google, Gemini partnership going. Yeah, Apple just needs to drop Siri. Okay, they need to drop Siri and integrate ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or one of those. Siri. In comparison to some of these GPT series like it's like Wi-Fi versus the old internet that we used to have that was connected to the phone line. So SPY is looking to get to maybe 693.92, 693.90. It's jammed between 695 and 693.90. Not doing much there, just crushing a lot of premium. We're seeing some movement on a couple of names. Again, Apple above 260. We called that this today during the pre-market prep. Reason why I liked Apple above 260 is a certain thing I was looking at. Apple was sitting right at. That's the one stock that I did like. So I will revisit Apple by the end of the day to see if there's a swing opportunity available off that 50 EMA. 50 EMA looks interesting. So we take a look at Apple here. So you guys remember strikers this morning, right? Apple. So let this candle close out. Let this daily candle close out or get close to the end of the day. And there's a potential swing opportunity on Apple. See if Apple wants to work its way back to these lows, the 265s. All right, 265s. Let me take a look at the 265 contracts. Apple, okay, not this week. Let's go with if we go January 23rd, those 265s. Seen some volume there. February 20th, 265s. $270s, about $500. 270s, 265, between 500 and between 500 and 700 bucks per con, February 20th. I'll give you the optimal amount of time. At latest next week, 265s, they're 230 bucks. Or earliest, I should say, earliest. So if you want to go a little further out, you're just buying time. But Apple, we'll keep a close eye on Apple here. End of the day. Okay, end of the day for holds, I'll look to take Apple to the upside. And the fact that we do have that partnership, right, can start paying dividend a couple days from now when it kind of dies down, right? So no surprise. What are the odds? All right, like I said, there's no surprises, there's no coincidence. It happens to be sitting right at support, 50 MA. Nice combination on the daily. If we take a look at the weekly, of course, we're inside on the week. All right, if we break below that, this candle's lows on the weekly, that can be our risk. Right. So what is your risk? Your risk is a continuation on the weekly. So Apple, very, very interesting there to say the least. SPY not doing much here. SPY new shift. Once again, new shift on SPY. If you took any trades during third shift, let us know. If you're done for the day, there's no more trading for you. That's good. But for a third shift, the textbook setup was a grab those highs. Did it get all the way to any key levels? No. Just a scalp would do. And now we're officially in fourth shift here. We're 30 minutes away, 29 minutes away from the giveaway. So if we can wrap up the stream, we'll get close to the end of the stream with 50 likes giveaway. If we can't, we'll try again tomorrow. All right. I really want to give away these boot camps, guys. You can't miss these boot camps, whether you get them for free, whether you pay. It's really, really important that you do sign up and take advantage of the information. You can see those candles are starting to get choppy. Volume was starting to drop off. Volume is dropping off. If we take a look at, okay, where is the most amount of volume as far as options is concerned? Contracts is the most volume. Volume profile, where is that? I think it's here. I had that indicator somewhere. There it is. Options volume. So which contracts have the most amount of volume? So the number one is the puts. Number one volume is the puts. Let me clean up the chart. We have the calls at 694. It usually shows up right there. Number one calls are at the 693s, volume leaders. And of course we have the calls at 694 as well. That's where the most amount of volume is. POC 694 lines it with that as well. If you'd like to use that, That's available. Not doing much here, new shift. So again, don't give back any of your profits. Don't give back any of those profits. If you're just joining us, we did take 2 trades already. No high quality setups outside of that grab. We took the calls here. Double digits, we took the calls here as well. So looking to see what happens going into 1 o'clock. Chop, chop, chop. So game plan chart, see where we are. Okay, now we're starting to get some slowdown, some signs of slowdown in that rejection area. So it's hard for me to start looking long as far as bias in this area unless we clear above that 695.32 for that final push into expected move. Expected move is 695.44 to the upside. Downside is 691.70, which we were below in pre-market, and now we're starting to bounce here. The last bounce that we did see was on the outskirts of that zone 4, but not in that bounce zone. Once we did reclaim 690, it's been off to the right, off to the races. Above 695.31, which is that all-time high, we have that 695.48. You want to have those levels on your chart: 697.64, 698.83. And then that's 700. Right, so we're not too far away. I'm not saying we're going to get to 700 today, but we're not, or this week, but we're not too far away from 700. 700 is something that's not too far away. And that's a major, major level. Major level that we can potentially reach. Right, eventually, SPY is gonna be above 700, and 700 is gonna be we're gonna be messing with the 700s, 710, 720, 730s, just like we did with the 6s, just like we did with the 5s, just like we did with the 4s. Okay, it's a new dimension. Okay, the 700s. As far as what's moving, we did see Google initially gap down. That gap has been filled, pushed all the way to 334.44. New all-time highs there. Nice little retest of these highs on Tesla. And if you have this chart, nice retest right there. So what played out here on Tesla was that break, retest, and that right shoulder entry. So 2 entries did play out both times. Not simultaneously, but at different times. Now Broadcom is starting to get a nice push. Broadcom at 350 hold. Broadcom can start looking interesting. If it wants to wake up, that downward compression, that second leg, is potentially brew on Broadcom. But if the semis start waking up, we can see a nice push there on Broadcom after retesting that weekly, that Friday's highs. 347.43, broke above it, retested, continued to push. Now does Broadcom have enough fuel to continue to accelerate? $1 million question. This is the same setup we saw in SPY. Identify the leg, identify the point of compression, and now put yourself in position to see if that break is valid. To see if that break is valid. Okay, Lily. Not doing much there. Lily not doing much. I like Lily in that 1,030 territory. We can stretch that out to 1,035. Amazon made a run up last week. Came close to our retest bounce area. Now Amazon continues to push. Amazon's all-time high is 258.60. Netflix can't seem to catch a break off that 90. Okay, so 90 would be critical on Netflix. Meta 650. Meta bounced off the zone last week. Sneaky bounce off that 640. It's already up $9. So it's even come back to that green box there. Palantir, similar to Netflix, can't create separation away from a psychological level. In this case, it's 180. For Netflix, it's 90. Right? No decisive move off of it. So let's see what does take place. JPM is in this 321, 11, 322.90 area. We liked it a few weeks ago, kind of got away from us. This week, don't like it as much. Why? Earnings. Earnings is a major catalyst. Now those contracts start to be more expensive. The IV starts to increase, and on top of that, the spreads get wider, right? So again, and on top of that, it can either gap up or gap down tomorrow. So again, no trade on JPM. If there was no earnings, I'll look to see how we interact with 321, 11, 322.90 on JPM. Apple on high watch 260. 260 hold by the end of the day. Apple, that can open up an opportunity for a couple of weeks to see there's a position to take advantage of. Robinhood, nice reclaim of 115. We've been saying 115 on Robinhood for some time. Nvidia, can Nvidia get itself together? Finally came into this box, came below 185, reclaim 185. Does it finally have enough fuel to really start putting a couple of days together, turn into a couple of weeks to potentially make a push to ATH? Nvidia has been the sleeping giant. So the medium semiconductor names have already made a run. XYZ, right? That's a block. A CMG 50. Walmart continues to push. About to unlock 120 to make an all-time high today. MU, that reclaim was beautiful. New all-time highs in MU today. Back to all-time highs. If you took it off that 328.34, that's up $20. MU, we're going to catch it again. All right. I didn't catch it last time, but we're going to, one of these days, we're going to catch MU. All right. Baba, Uber, Disney, okay. United Health down 2%. No, okay. TSM is a great time. Have any chart requests? Any chart requests? It's a great time for us to go over the charts. Okay, Oracle. Let's see if Oracle do look interesting on the weekly. Not the weekly, on the monthly. Okay, still inside on the daily. Okay, a massive gap needs to kind of course correct there. Go back to the hourly. Oracle looks starting to build a case, build a base above this prior resistance. See if we can turn to support. Simply put. Okay, simply put, can we take this prior resistance in the jaws of that gap, turn it into support? We're making a nice run up in the jaws of that gap down. That gap down is probably related to earnings there. If we throw on the calendar, I'm pretty sure it's related to earnings. Boom, yeah, related to earnings. That gap down is related to earnings. All right, so Oracle, can we hold above 200, 201.95, 202? So between 200 and 202 on Oracle, will be on watch. Keep a close eye on that. ExxonMobil, okay. And ExxonMobil did make an all-time high last week. Boeing, sneaky push to the upside. Boeing 240 coming up. Where's the all-time high on Boeing? Quite a ways away. 446. So Boeing has a lot of recovery to do. All right, Boeing, that's tied to defense. MSTR, okay, 150. Intel, 44, 45 upcoming. AMD 210, struggling at 210. See if we can get a push above 210 after AMD did see a nice push to the upside today. 210 will be critical on AMD, right? All this push to the upside is going to matter. Can we get north of 210 or can we not? If we can't get north of 210, we're probably going to start sliding back to the downside. CRWV, okay, back above 85. Now it's working its way to 90. Retest of these highs in PMH might present an opportunity, right, for that retest. Okay. Intraday. SoFi fell off a cliff. Initially, starting to recover slightly. SoFi 25 is the key level. APP 460, 646, right? 645 will be interesting. APP, all right. Interestingly enough, this is all intraday. It's using this channel to the upside, all right. It's using this channel to the upside. As soon as this channel starts to break, question becomes: is there a second leg? Question becomes: where is the second leg? If it continues to respect, okay, this channel continue to climb, that's it. So be it, right? But we can see APP major push to the downside and starting to work its way to the upside. If that channel starts to break down, more than likely we start to break down as well. CRCL couldn't get that breakdown last week. Bitcoin can hold below 90K. BMNR there as well. Let's see if any other names are moving. Biggest winners up until now. ANF down 18%. Duolingo down. UPST. American Express taking a hit. So American Express did break and now taking a hit. because of the credit card announcement, the 10% capping interest rates at 10%. Right? Some of these credit card companies, guys, the APR it's a free 30% return that they're getting. Just imagine, right? Consumer buys something. Okay, consumer buys something. Whatever they buy, the credit card companies, okay, if the consumer waits beyond that date, 30% return. Okay, 30% return. That's okay, falling off a cliff, City. So a lot of those financials are pulling back. So again, this is an opportunity. Financials out the gate were hot. There's an opportunity. Let them get through earnings season. All right, so let them get through earnings season, but financials pulling back. City pulling back. JPM pulling back. Outlaw pulling back. Disney, Teladoc, Roku, JPM, Wells Fargo, Intel, United Health. Who are some of the biggest winners? Baba up 10%. CRWV up 10%. Pure Storage. Okay, up 7%. AMC up 7%. Billy up 7%. So we're seeing China names starting to go. Baidu, JD. So China catching a nice push to the upside. Dollar General, nice little break. See the flag on Dollar General. Okay, Lulu, Walmart, Dollar Tree, Lyft, ready for liftoff. Let's see. Okay, nice little bounce once again. Roblox. Okay. Now she got us up to speed. So, right out the gate, what's leading the way? China's leading the way. Those Chinese names are first ones out the gate, leading the way. See if that can be sustained going into the week, rest of the week. Keep a close eye on Baba, Baidu, Billy, all those Chinese names. All right. We're also seeing the financials taking a slight push back to downside. Financials have a major catalyst, have earnings this week and next week as well. Next week as well. We'll look to wrap up the stream at 1 o'clock. Let's try to get 50 likes by then. If you have any questions, put in the chat. Our work for today is done. Okay. Yeah, the stuff that's going on in Iran. A lot of things going on, guys. But when is there not a lot of things going on? There's always something going on. One thing. UPS. Okay, starting to work, starting to show some signs of life. All right, so you can see UPS, if you recall, back in October territory. Okay, we talked about that UPS breakout, and of course we have the inverse head and shoulder, continue push, and UPS is a long way from fully recovering. So it's still early on UPS. So take a look at UPS's fundamentals. All right, do your due diligence on UPS. So UPS can hold above that 105, right? 105, 110 territory. UPS does look interesting. All right, UPS does look interesting. Look at UPS. All right, on the weekly, on the monthly, on the quarterly. We're finally reversing on the quarterly on the UPS. So if you're looking for a quarterly entry, at least 6 months out on those contracts, 102. And let's take a look at the 12-month inside. Okay, so for us to reverse the year on UPS, okay, 137. UPS has been on a 1, 2, 3, 4-year slide. 4-year slide. UPS has never, in its history, I mean, this is just a 9 EMA on the yearly, right? It doesn't have enough years to even print it all the way, but it's never been below that 9 EMA. And this is the current the biggest bear market that UPS has been in. right? Down 62%, now only down 53%. Okay, if we equate that to what took place here being 2004, we were down 56%. So very similar to what took place here. But in this case, we went from 2005, down year, consolidation, down year, we went finally one hammer. So 1, 2, 3, 4 years of a sell-off. 56%, 4 years. In this case, at our low, 65%. All right, so this can be an opportunity on UPS. Big picture, do your fundamentals. Make sure your fundamentals do check out. We're reversing on the quarterly, reversing on the monthly, on the weekly. We're about to go continuation. Okay, now UPS is just one earnings report from taking off. One positive earnings report from really starting to go. All right, can't catch a break from earnings. All right, last time it missed, fell off a cliff. All right, boom, 18% drop. Okay, and here it beat, it gapped up. It beat, it gapped down. For what? Boom. 18% drop, right? So positive earnings beat followed by a positive reaction can lead UPS in a few weeks, right? So two things work in our favor. So a beat and a positive reaction to the earnings can lead UPS to 125 on the verge of 130 if all goes well. All right. So UPS at 100 to 105. Retest would be great. That'd be a decent entry. And just do your due diligence. On that note, in sympathy, FedEx. Let's take a look at FedEx. FDX is FedEx is on the other hand. FedEx is directional. All right, so FedEx is looking to potentially make an all-time high. Okay, unlike UPS. So try to compare FedEx and UPS, apples to apples comparison. Why is FedEx running up? Right, potentially looking to make a push into ATH at 320, and UPS 65% off of its all-time highs. Okay. I believe if you take a look at ZTO, ZTO is the UPS FedEx of China. ZTO is all the way down here. So if you like those Chinese names, take a look at ZTO. Also TGT. TGT is starting to wake up. TGT is starting to wake up as well. It's back above 100. TGT being target. Let's say NKE, Nike. See if Nike can start waking up. If Nike can get one more drop into 50, 52. Earnings season is coming up as well. Keep in mind. Right. That'd be a pretty decent. After the fundamentals do check out, pretty decent pickup. Costco is gone. Costco's starting to work. Costco's starting to wake up. Okay, sleeping giant came right to that 50, double inside, gone. Okay, Costco, sleeping giant, waking up. It's not all-time highs yet. Maybe you're using that 1,000 as your entry, right? You want to say, hey, once it gets above 1,000, I'll be convinced, and I'll look to catch that $78 push to ATH, right? But did bounce nicely off that 50 MA. Very similar to what I want to see on Apple. If you take a look at this chart here, If you take a look at Apple's chart and Costco's chart, not the exact same, but very similar formation. The only difference is Apple's is taking place on the daily. SPY is working its way back to the upside, 695. See if it makes a nice little run. And there's a potential trap once again. They can't seem to get its act together once it does get that territory. So let's see if they decide to trap some more buyers there after fueling off this this area. Bank of America, yep, BAC. BAC. So this Bank of America on the weekly. Let's take a look at it on the daily. So nice little uptrend on Bank of America, right? Textbook uptrend. So ideally between the 20 EMA and 50 EMA is a good entry point. Right, without doing too much technicals, we can see anytime it gets into that 50, let it break below the 20. That 50 holds that support, reclaims that 20, or vice versa with that 20 and that 9. And then now we're looking to get into that pocket once again. So BAC did make a push into 57.58. It's currently at 54. See if we can start working its way for that dip buy into that 54.19. Between that 54.19 and 52.39 will be interesting for BAC to see if this continues. This pattern continues. At 1, 2, 3, 4th time being the charm. It is channel based, is channel bound. Okay, trading that nice little channel. So when we're trading the channels rules apply. Right, you want to take it off that support of that channel into the resistance of the channel until proven otherwise, and that lines up. This happens to line up with this area happens to line up with this channel. Right, so BAC. If I was looking to make an entry on BAC, if all the fundamentals checked out, if I'm building a trade idea around BAC, it's gonna be around the support of this channel and that 20 and that 50, some sort of bullish activity in that territory. Of course, one of the catalysts is the fact that we have earnings this week. So earnings tomorrow on BAC. All right, do the earnings drive us lower or do the earnings drive us higher? The last 3 reactions, we did get a nice pop on earnings, gap up. We got a beat. The one before that, we did got a nice little push the upside on the beat. And the one before that, we got a beat, nice little gap up as well. So it looks like the past 4 times, anytime we get a positive report, we tend to gap up or push the upside. Let's see the last time we missed. Well, we missed. In this case, we missed and we still gapped up. In this case, we missed and we pushed to the downside. All right, so it looks like the pattern is beat, gap up, push higher. Right, we'll see, but that would be an interesting area on BAC. On the weekly, BAC is pushing to the downside. It's looking a little bearish. That's normal for that nice little pullback. On the monthly, we are directional with the upside on the monthly, but that candle is starting to look like a shooter. That candle still has about 18 days left, so a lot can change from then until now. On the quarterly, 2 months left, but keep in mind the monthly and the quarterly are going to be the same candle until we get the second month. Until we get the second month of the quarter. Okay, until we get the second month. Intraday. Get this laser in and see if we can find a nice little focus point. All right, so respecting that EMA as well. 200 EMA on the 4 hour. That translates closer to 220 EMA on the daily. So that's my thoughts on Bank of America. But Bank of America and a handful of financials, they are set to report this week. So gap down today. Probably the credit card news, right? Credit card being capped at 10%. So all the financial names took a nice little slide to the downside. Any other requests? If not, guys, we'll look to wrap up the stream in a few minutes. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Make sure you like the video. Make sure to subscribe. SPY 695 maybe at the closing of SPY. Very possible. It's possible. Look at this daily candle on SPY. Right. The interesting thing is, guys, as bullish as this daily candle is, it's not enough to shift prior day's range. Right. So you can see. So now It always makes sense in hindsight. Okay, it always makes sense in hindsight. So this is exactly what we're talking about. Okay, so prior day high 695.30. So we're still in that range. So this is Friday's range. Friday's range. So we're still inside Friday's range. For us to be directional on the daily, for us to be directional on the weekly, meaning the buying to continue, 695.30. For us, that 695 psychological level. Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Let me know. Okay, if not, we'll look to wrap it up here in a few minutes. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe as always, join our community. We'll go over how to join our community here shortly. And tomorrow, some more opportunities are going to come up. You want to be in position. You want to be in position to capitalize off those opportunities. If you haven't already answered the poll question, folks on our team, it looks like we're at 100% win rate. Okay. Not just one person, the team. Okay. You too, Alan. Have a great rest of your day. If you're signing off, tremendous job, guys, on being disciplined, taking me up on that challenge. If you were green, not taking any trades. If you took no trades after being green, you didn't miss much. I know there was a nice little pop here, but you're still green. All right, so you did your job, and now we come back tomorrow, and we do the same thing. We do the same thing, look for the same setups, try to capitalize off the opportunities, define risk, allocate risk, let the probabilities play out, and then come back the next day. Okay. Try to make it as it's fun for me, but you got to make it as boring as possible. All right. Trading is never going to be boring for me, but I'm saying that following the process should be as straightforward as possible. Right. You don't want it to be an erratic process. Like you're all over the place every day. You're up, you're down, you're left, you're right. All right. So that's why we count on our process to take us where we need to get to. Now, 50 likes, we get 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. The boot camp will be uploaded. All right. The boot camp replay will be uploaded. Absolutely vital. We'll see you tomorrow. And a great way to kick off the week. Great way to kick off the week. If we can get 9 more likes in the next 9 minutes or 7 minutes, 110, we'll do the giveaway. All right, this is for the last Getting Started Boot Camp. All right, we're going to do one more, and then we're going to head over to the more advanced topics. This will be the last Getting Started Boot Camp. Now we're going to have 4 under our belt. We're going to have 4 under our belt. It's a comprehensive boot camp, 3 to 5 hours. Okay, making sure all the bases are covered. So there's no gaps or holes in your understanding. So 65% of the team on, 65% of the viewers on YouTube still think we're going to make an all-time high by the end of the day. So look how long it took to get to 695. So from the time of entry, if I decide to hold this, right, I don't think those contracts are going to exceed 40% as they were here because of all the time that's passed. All that time that's passed. Okay? So we were talking about this possibly playing out all the way back here. But it has to happen in a timely manner for those zeros. And then the last one was, of course, from key zone to here. This was the premise behind both the ideas. So technically, you can be in the calls from here all the way to where you were now, where we are now. There is a way to be in that position still Say if you just decide to hold all day, that's up to you. But ideally, best practice is to treat this as two separate things and extract profits. What is the Discord community name? The Discord community name, we'll segue right into that, is Spy Strikers. Okay, Spy Strikers. You go to the community tab on our site. There's a trial available. The whole point of our community is Spy Strikers. Unlock consistent profitability by trading SPY. Our main emphasis is trading this one ticker, SPY. This gives us exposure to the entire market. 1 hour, one ticker, one consistent result. All the training is done on this ticker, but all the principles, the strategies you learn can be applied to your desired ticker. Instead of trading 5 or 6 different names, we narrowed our trading universe to this one name, which is SPY, which gives us a lot of volume, a lot of just enough volatility. Spreads are very tight for us to capitalize off the opportunities. Okay, so this is we are SPY driven, SPY focused, but it doesn't mean we can't trade something else. We do that time to time. We do have high win rate swing trade ideas as well, time to time when they're called. But our bread and butter, the bread and butter is SPY. 85 to 90% of the trading is SPY. Okay, because all the opportunities are available on this one ticker. You don't have to venture too far away from SPY. So if there's no opportunity on Tesla, no opportunity on Apple, no opportunity on this name or that name or this name, there will always, every day, as long as the market is open, there is an opportunity on this name, SPY. And the whole point is to get you trained with the tools and resources to be able to capitalize off those opportunities without over leveraging your capital, without YOLOing your account. Okay, by systematically, strategically exposing yourself to risk, allocating risk, managing risk, and trying to catch the upside of the opportunity. All right, that's the whole premise of our Discord community. You have access to a ton of features there, and of course, the link is pinned in the description if you want to join. If you want to join, the link is pinned in the description. I'll put the link in the chat as well for the free trial. No free trial, the 30-day trial. Use the code trial30. Okay, that's what SPY is. That's our Discord community. Okay. Okay, now we're at that 695. It took us a total of how many hours? How many hours did it take? So from the time of break, from the time of all the way till now, it took us about 123 minutes, 2 hours and 3 minutes. Okay, 2 hours and 23 minutes. 2 hours and 3 minutes. That's a lot of data. It looks like IW is getting ready for another push. The upside, pulling back slightly. Okay. So our team members were notified to get IWM calls if this level holds, as well as that break. And IW, let's see, there's one more left, one more break left in IW. Okay, because IW is right there at ATH. You guys recall that downward compression in IW this morning? Let's see if IW is prepared for liftoff one more time. IWM, that is. Are you still in those calls? I know they're 1 DTEs, Lynn. If you are, tremendous management. Staying patient. That's up above $1 and some change. So this was the idea on IW. Wait for the retest. It comes back, retest, bounce out of here. We're at 695. Now we are just one move away from all-time highs. But same thing with 695. Just like how we treated this level here, right? We want to see signs of life above it. If we can't, we're probably going to push back the downside. If we can, if buyers can start piling in, okay, push to ATH is right there. ATH being all-time highs. All-time highs being the highest price SPY has ever reached in its history. During its illustrious history, the all-time high is the highest price. Session high is during that particular session high means the highest price it reaches for that day, for that particular session. 52-week high, of course, is the highest price, the highest point price is reached within a 52-week time frame. A lot of us are familiar with the 52-week high and low. Okay, let's see if we get price starts getting sticky up here. If it starts getting sticky, this sets up a nice trap. If you're in the calls, you should be in the calls anywhere off of these lows. Maybe that downward compression break here. If you're looking for the calls into all-time highs, all right, your job is to determine if we still look bullish above that territory. So look for some volume spikes with some follow-through and price action that supports a continued strength. If not, we head back to the downside. Come in the chat. SPY January 16th expiry. Price target calculated the December expiry was 700 to the upside, 671 to the downside. More likely to reach 700 above or before Friday, January 16th. Yeah, that 700 is not too far away, guys. It's right over there. It's right over there. Or maybe a gap up and a strong bullish day away from it. Right. Okay. See what does take place here. Do we break or do we? If you had to choose, would you be bullish or bearish right here? And the net from 113 all the way to 130, would you be bullish or bearish at this particular moment in time? Bullish or bearish? Bullish or bearish? Now let's get a vote in the chat. Bullish or bearish from now until 130. If you're bullish, you're looking for that push into all-time highs, 693.50, 695.30. If you're bearish, you're probably looking for a pushback into some previous highs. Bullish or bearish? You don't have to have a horse in the race to answer the question. Just want to get a feel for what folks are thinking. SPY approaching the last week's high, so that will be resistance level. Okay. Bearish known as resistance. So we got 1 vote for bearish. So just at this juncture here, guys, just from this point, from where we are now until 11:30. That window in time. Okay, we're having a hard time getting above that 695. Similar to how we treated that 694. That's 690, 390. So it's very similar to how we treated initially. $50 likes, guys. 50 likes. 130 will be the cutoff. Okay. 50 likes. 130, we'll do the giveaway. If we fall back below prior shift highs, I can start to confirm that trap. So now we're only 30 cents away from all-time highs. Only 30 cents away. After gapping down. So from this point on, all-time highs, barring a pullback of 3% or greater. Okay, all-time highs are within striking distance. That's what makes it so tricky to trade these conditions, right? You can get a run up to all-time high anytime. Okay. IWM starting to go. IWM starting to go. IWM starting to move. IW starting to go. IWM, right there you go. Can hold above POC 260.71. Get some follow through behind it on the 5. That'll set up the second leg. We got a nice little push. Or third leg. See if we can hold above it. That's the frustrating part at this particular time, right? The frustrating part is it's coming to a level, but it's sticky. Right? It's sticky. George, what do you look for here? So from my perspective here, all right, I'm looking at this as like a trap area. All right, and a potential push lower. So I know in the back of my mind that's brewing. So if I'm looking to go long, I want to at least get above that level and show signs of strength. Because if we don't, this can all just be an elaborate trap to the downside. If that's if I'm going long. If I'm going short, I'm looking for us to break back below the session's highs, get some follow through behind it, and use that potential break up as my invalidation marker. That makes sense. Coming into it, we're in a trap. This is a trap area coming into it. All right, so I'm looking to go buy the calls here. Buy the calls at the highest price of the day, or near the highest price of the day, and sell them for a higher price. I need some momentum above that level. All right, ensuring that the trap doesn't play on the other side. All right, you're getting pushes, wicks, pushes, wicks, pushes, wicks. Okay, there we go. See, get that nice closure. So all-time high is now less than 16 cents. 16 cents away. 26 cents. 26 cents away. 26 cents away from all-time highs. $0.26 from all-time highs. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Join our community. If you're a long-time viewer, take the next steps. Level up your trading. We're going to wrap up the stream at 1:30. Just in time for potential all-time highs. We did take 2 trades. Both worked in our favor. Both were to the upside. Calls here. Calls earlier as well. And now the market is looking to make a push into ATH. ATH is the next level as long as this level holds. Same rationale. As long as that level holds, 695, we push into ATH. Let's go check back on IW. How did IW go, guys? IW out of here. Okay. That last little pump on SPY and across all the indexes. Okay. We saw some buying take place across all 4 indexes. Let's see if we get an all-time high before the conclusion at 1:30. Tomorrow will be a new day. New day, new opportunity. We do have CPI tomorrow, so things should be very interesting. Okay, see we get that nice little push. And we'll wrap up the stream on that note. All right, 1:30. We'll look to wrap up there. Hopefully you guys found value. Maybe the best protocol was just hold hold the runners. If I'm willing to deal with that back and forth headache. If you did, good. If you didn't, you have something to show for it. But the main thing I want you to take away from today is this right here, okay? being able to identify the importance of where we are. So if you recall, if you rewind, okay, now it makes sense. Now all the hindsight makes sense. Now we're almost at all-time highs. It starts to make sense. Right, but we're saying we want to see that continue to break for that second leg, and this is the setup that takes place all the time. So if you do see this again, initial leg, consolidation, you want to see that break with confidence, with confluence. That's your opportunity. Add that to your playbook. Okay, add that to your playbook and build some criteria, entry criteria around this holistically as well. What other things do you want to see? Not just on SPY, but the environment as well. Okay, that's what's going to equal 9 times out of 10. That's what's going to lead to that break. What are the environmental conditions looking like? If you take a look at the VIX in conjunction to where it is, like we discussed in the pre-market prep program, guys, it fell below 16 and is headed back towards 15. Okay, we said that runway is going to be critical. From 16 to 15 is going to open the door for us to make that run up. And the VIX currently, right now, guys, is at 1507. So to a T. To a T. To the penny. That's how precise that move was. Lined up. Was it clean? Not really clean. Was there some back and forth? Yes, there was some back and forth. Was it low ATR? Absolutely. Was it low volume? Absolutely. This is known as a low volume grind. Okay, just a grind higher. Okay? Just a grind higher. So tomorrow we'll be back to do the same thing. Take advantage of the best opportunities. Make sure to join us at the same time, same place, 9:30 a.m. Subscribe if you haven't. Like the video if you haven't. Long-time viewers, level up. We'll see you in the pre-market program. SPY Strikers, you guys know the protocol. The pre-market program is the most important part of our show. Put a journal entry. If you're done for the day, make sure to make your journal entries, and we'll be back tomorrow. Okay? Any questions? Let me know. If not, we'll look to wrap up the stream. We were just shy of 50 likes. Just shy. If we can get 50 by 1:30, we'll do the giveaway. But as of now, we're at 49. It's 127. So ideally, we want to shoot for that like threshold by 1 o'clock. All right, that's usually the cutoff. I did extend it. It is Monday, and it's usually 60 likes. All right, so I'm lowering the standard just a little bit. Okay, so let's see if we can get that 50 likes, over 50 likes. By 1:30, if we can, we'll do the giveaway. But just know the information, the analysis is worth more than any giveaway you can get. All right, so hopefully you're enjoying that. Okay, I'll check back on the likes in a couple of minutes. In a minute or so, and then if it's above 50, we'll do the giveaway.
Up 1%, wages are growing 2 or 3%, so that's progress. But the reason this correction that we've had since 2023 hasn't been a real correction is because sales volume is down, but prices just kept going up. So if you want the industry to heal, and if you want society to heal where people can afford houses, you nailed it. You nailed it. Home prices need to come down.
I don't know if that's the headline I want out there in the universe, but just something I guess for further thought. Glenn, we'll leave it there for now. Appreciate it today.
Thanks for having me.
Glenn Kelman with Redfin. Coming up, the credit card and lending names are getting hit to cap the interest rates they can charge. Now, is this an opportunity to pick up these names at a discount or not? Plus, investors aren't shopping at Abercrombie today. We'll tell you why the stock is dropping more than 16% after this.
It doesn't sit well with us. $1.7 trillion of your hard-earned money sitting in traditional bank accounts, collecting more dust than interest. So we reimagine savings, offering better rates than traditional bank savings accounts. With Vanguard Cash Plus, you can earn up to 8 times more interest.
8 times? I like that.
8 times? How
I like that.
Vanguard.
Mateo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you.
Okay, 1:30. Let's take a look at the likes. Take a look at the likes. We are officially at, let me open it up. Let me close out and open up on my phone. And then let's see. We're officially at 50 likes. Okay, we'll do the giveaway. All right, so put your names in the chat for the giveaway. We're going to make it quick. All right, we'll give you about 10 minutes or so until 1:40. Okay, there's a boot camp giveaway. Everyone is eligible. Everyone is eligible. Names in the chat for the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We could get your names in the chat if you want to be eligible. 10 names. Then we'll do the giveaway. Okay, names in the chat on YouTube. Names in the chat in the free tier Discord. Any of my strikers that want to be part of the giveaway, feel free to put your name in the chat. If you already took the boot camp, if you paid for the boot camp already, keep in mind that you do have access to the recording. If you're on the yearly tier, if you took the boot camp, your yearly tier does come with one boot camp pass. We got Yen, we got Mario. Okay. 4 minutes. 4 minutes to put your names in. 4 minutes to put your names in. So, made a push above that high. So in this case, you can, if you're a scalper, you can scalp the downside push, you can scalp the reclaim push higher break. If you're positional, if you were short, maybe you get stopped out, maybe that's within your risk. If you're long, maybe you TP, maybe it hasn't hit your risk. So it's either a break even, small red or green trade. It just depends. It depends on how you're approaching it. Depends on where you're looking to take advantage. Okay, it depends on where you're looking to take advantage. Okay, Martin K, nice, lucky. Martin K, nice, lucky. I'm putting all the names in a wheel. Okay, nice. Lucky. 1 hour, 200 EMA bounce. That was beautiful. Played out to a T. That's 688.90. I can see it, JB. Are you officially back on the charts, JB? I know you're juggling a lot of things. Or you're easing your way back in. Remember earlier we said we want to see something in this yellow box? What pattern did we say to look out for in this potential yellow box? As we potentially start reaching exhaustion, if you're looking for reversals, you're going to start to see a reversal pattern take place over time. Take place over time. If you're just jumping in, we're doing a giveaway for a 5-hour live trading boot camp, getting started options trading. Put your names in the chat. We'll give it a couple of minutes. So far, we got Yen, we got Mario, we got Martin, we got Nice, we got Lucky. Okay, I see your name in there, Nick. Okay. Okay. All right, we're starting to see something form here. All right, this left. It's still in its infancy. All right, still in its infancy. Hasn't fully formed. If you see it, you see it. As long as those highs are not taken out, it looks like that right shoulder is starting to form. Neckline down here. Neckline down there. Couple of more components. So 73% of the chat says we go to all-time highs. So 73% of the chat, you are 10 cents away from those session highs from being right. All right, 3 more minutes. Put your names in the chat for the giveaway, and then we'll wrap up the stream. Last name I got is Nick. Chop, chop, chop. IW continues to run. Why run on IW? And you don't catch IW. If you caught IW, congratulations. Multiple ways to catch it. Of course, the retest, let it break. Let it break. If you missed that, let it compress, break again. If you missed this, let it accumulate again, and then break. Okay, whatever you do, don't chase. Don't chase. Okay, another entry. We got Floyd. Make your entries, okay? 1 minute left, and then we'll do the draw. We will do the draw. One winner. When you do win, send me a message instantly. Okay, send me a message right away. Send me a message right away on WAP. Okay, you're going to have access to a platform called WAP, and there's a support chat available where me and you can communicate. State your name, and then once you do state your name, let me know that you won. Okay, so you need to send me that message as quickly as possible. My DM is getting it's getting a lot of messages. Right, so again, probably in February I'll phase out the free tier Discord. It's getting a little hectic to manage on both ends, and I want to have those timely responses, especially to the ones, to the strikers, okay? So, but that WAP for extra questions and support, that will also be available. That will be available to you. And we'll look to do something with the free tier Discord that's available. We'll look to potentially package it up into a lighter version of the Discord that doesn't offer the stream, but does give you more value. All right, so be on the lookout for that. And that's not going to impact the access of anyone in the Spy Strikers Discord. The ones who are premium members, whatever happens, if there's tiers, if there's price increases, you're grandfathered in. New features get added. You have access to it. Okay? So if you're behind the paywall, another paywall is not going to be there. You're grandfathered in automatically. ATR in 1 minute shows 28 cents. Does that mean it's moving about 28 cents? You got that on a 1 minute. Okay. Mine shows 8 cents. So that doesn't mean that that's how much we're moving that particular time. So we're moving about 20 cents per 5. Yeah, well that's the general understanding of ATR, yes. We're moving 8 cents per minute on average, right? Roughly. Remember, it's an average just to give us a feel. Just to give us a feel. I'll continue to put your names in the chat. Okay, 142. All right, so let's do the draw. Unless you have new contestants that want to jump in, we're going to do the draw right now. Wrong one. We're going to do the draw right now. Okay, there we go. All right, so any new contestants that want to jump in, put your names in. If not, we're going to do the draw right now. Okay, this draw is for the boot camp. This draw is for the boot camp. Let me check the chat one more time, and then we'll do the draw. Okay, we got Marcus. Anyone else? Okay, we're gonna do the draw here, so that's good. Let's do it. Okay, one winner, boot camp. Let's do it. And the winner is oh, I missed your name. Sorry, Elian. Mario. I completely missed that message. Mario is the winner. Mario. We'll get you in the next one tomorrow. Mario is the winner. Mario, make sure to send me a message. Use this link. Mario. So that's MR. Okay. Okay. Again, if you want to be, we do the giveaway every day, guys. Every day we're giving something away to show you support, to show my appreciation for the support. Send a message, Mario. All right. This link right here. Use that link to send a message. And try to send a message within as soon as possible, before the end of the day. All right. Before the end of the day, say, hey, my name is Mario. I won the boot camp. And you can send it directly in Whoop. I have a free chat there available. Yeah, sorry about that. I completely missed your name. That brings us to the end of the show. Spies on the verge of making all-time highs. Let's quickly review what took place today. So first things first, as soon as we opened up, we gapped down. That gap down seems like it was a century ago, but we did gap down. And if you recall, we opened up all the way at this 680, 690, 68, 690, 68, okay? In that territory we open up, we start working our way to Jaws the gap and continue to push. That's when we got the calls. Nice double-digit gain there. Of course, if we have those calls all day, astronomical numbers. But that's our goal is not to capture astronomical moves. Our goal is to capture things that are repeatable every day. Last TP 45%. Continue to push. We identified this nice little channel, nice little consolidation here. Brought it to everyone's attention. We talked about waiting for that nice next leg. Next leg presents an entry opportunity. We take that to the upside. And once we take it to the upside, give us another double-digit return. Double-digit return, we talked about how we can push into 690. It took some time to get to 690. Now it's at 690. As it's going to 690, we were basically talking about how ATH is on the verge of ATH. And now we are at close to ATH at 695.30. So again, that's where we are now, guys. So going into tomorrow, can we gap down? Can we gap up? Sure. But the main thing is we have critical red folder catalyst. Red folder catalyst tomorrow. We have CPI at 830. Okay, we're sandwiched between two catalysts. Okay, CPI can lead us to gap up. CPI can lead us to gap down. But that's before market open, during pre-market. On top of that, we have new home sales. After that, we have PPI. Okay, so it's a jam-packed week. And we have a lot of opportunities to capitalize off of. You didn't miss anything if you're red today. All right. Don't carry that over into tomorrow. There's going to be plenty of opportunities. If you're green, don't give back into those profits on these low risk-reward opportunities. Okay? The work has been done. You've been done it early. And again, another all-time high, potential all-time high on SPY here. So tremendous job. If you took that trade on IWM, on Tesla, on SPY, wherever you did look to, whatever you traded, okay, as long as you manage risk to the best of your ability, took profits where you needed to, and let the probabilities play out, regardless of the results. Eventually, that will start working in your favor sooner than later. God need to join first. You can send me a message in the Discord, the free tier Discord, or in Whoop itself. There's a nice little message, there's a way to message me there as well, so you can do that. So let me get that DM before today. That would be great. Everyone else on YouTube, make sure to smash the like button. If you're a first-time viewer, come back tomorrow. See how we navigate these markets. You can always learn something. All-time on that note. Nice push. Long-time viewers who've been tuning in for three episodes or more who are really benefiting from the content. Take the next steps. Join our community. Support the channel on YouTube. All the links are pinned in the description. If you want to be part of our pre-market prep stream, if you want to be part of the delay-free, ad-free stream, there's 9 or 8 spots left on the trial. Or give it a shot. Use the code TRIAL, 25% off. If you're ready to lock in for the year, take advantage, 65% off, 1 payment for the year, boot camp, coaching call, so on and so forth. All right. So multiple ways to engage. Course, of course, boot camp, one more boot camp. We're running it back one more time for a fourth time. Sign up. When you do sign up, you're going to be signed up for the next boot camp. It's probably going to be scheduled January 31st or the first week of February. Okay. And of course, if you want the recording is always available. $69, access to 5+ hours of content to get you up to speed on day trading options. Okay, day trading options, everything is covered. You can take advantage of this as well. All right, self-pace or real-time Q&A is also available for the ones who did take the boot camp yesterday. The ones who took the boot camp on Saturday, I should say. The recording will be uploaded. You'll be added to a Google Classroom. You'll be added to a Google Classroom. You have access to all the resources, access to all the slides. All right, so make sure to be on the lookout for that. I have all your emails. I will be sending that out to you here shortly. If you don't get added and you are part of the boot camp, this class, okay, send me an email. You should be added to that classroom. So every boot camp, you can have access to a certain classroom, okay? And you guys are class number 3. All right, class number 3, okay? So again, sign up and be in position, take advantage of opportunities like this, guys. This comes down to the technicals. All right. On Saturday, we were discussing the importance of this right here. It's ironic how it came to fruition today, because we were talking about this during the boot camp, right? And it's hard for me to really start giving you strategy and the in and out of strategy, right? And trying to explain to you how to identify it in real time, because you need to do it you need to do it in real time, right? We can cherry pick situations, cherry pick errors in the chart, and do it like how everyone else does it. But the essence of trading is real time reaction, right? Real time reaction. Understand the concepts, get familiar with the concepts, master the concepts, understand what's really going on, right? And practice for a little bit and start applying it real time. Okay, because it does no justice trying to cherry pick areas and say here, here, here to really start explaining the extent of the strategy and proving to people, oh, you know what, it worked here, so therefore this is the best strategy ever. All right, this is show and prove every day. We have to do it, make the reads every single day. Okay. On that note, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Wherever you are, make sure to join the community. Make sure to like, subscribe, join the YouTube members. There's a video dropping later this week on Wednesday about risk management and the framework you should follow. Everyone else, we'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30, same time. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.